Here you can dive into subjects you love.
Peace, people. Peace, people. This beat was a lot shorter than what I imagined. We're going to talk today about why is it that other groups of melanated people have this obsession to always bring us up in a conversation about what we're doing, what we identify as, where we want to go, where our money's going to go, and all these types of conversations is always being had on platforms. But there's ratcheting up protests that's going on there in Nigeria, for one. We're going to review that for them to have something to talk about instead of talking about us and what we think on. I think it's a scapegoat. I think it's a cop-out. Whenever groups of people like totally scapegoat and gaslight Black Americans primarily, and I want this message to go out to the greater African population, because it seems to be more or less West Africans and in particular Nigerians. Before I get started, I would like to say I am for Black Righteous Folks Home, short for Black, in case you can't really remember that. And this channel is not about discrimination or Islamophobic or anything like that. So I need to give a disclaimer. These are just my observations on what I have noticed, what I observed, and I hope to cause a conversation to happen among y'all to really iterate the points in which I bring up. Fair use of all videos that I use for educational purposes, for reality checks realized and lies denied, fair use for research, education, entertainment, all the above. I'm going to start first with talking or listening to Tariq Nasheed on one of his podcasts that he did. And this East Indian had the nerve to say that we were cousins of Indians. You know, this argument about whether or not Kamala Harris is Black or Indian. People are trying to make her over into being just simply a Black American, and she's not, never have been, never will be. But it's something that she's using to get votes, to get popularity, to get other people that are in entertainment, such as Megan Thee Stallion and others, to rally around her and to claim that she's an African American, which is the furthest from the truth. And the only thing that's going to hurt in the end is Black Americans, because we're going to get used up like an old dirty rag, and then it's going to be tossed away into a garbage bin after she gets presidency, and I hope that she does not. Let me see who's all here before I begin. What's up, Laura Makes It Way? What's up, RK? And what's up, Boris? Black has no standing in law, you said. What's up, girl? How you doing? Head or back? Isaac D. Snacks. I don't know what that means. But let's get to this first portion of what I want. You know, actually, I'm going to go with the Boule conversation first. Hold on. The Boule lady, because she had an interesting Nigerian that was on her video talking about the desire for Nigerians needing to, in fact, worry about themselves. So let me find that video first. I think that that's a great place to start before I go. I hope you guys are having a nice weekend. This is Saturday morning for me. Wherever you guys may be, morning, afternoon, or evening, happy to all of y'all. Hope that this is a blessed day. I hope that this will be a prosperous day, and I hope that you will get some type of enlightenment or understanding about what this video will be about in the end. This means no harm to anyone, but I think that when you focus solely on a group of people and not worry about your own people, there is a problem with that. So this is why I'm doing this video right here, to showcase the importance to not really be consumed with Black Americans, because we have our own plight, and our plight is way different from Africans' plight. I'm going to fast forward just a tidbit.
Thank you for all you do to support the channel, and we are commanded to love one another. Okay, so a Nigerian said something, and it just warmed and won my heart, because this is all we've been trying to get Black immigrants from wherever they come from to see.
Nigerians, I'm speaking to you. I'm a Nigerian. It's none of our business. I want to say that again. It is none of our business. Get your noses out of the cookie jar. What has it got to do with us? Do you know where your village is in Nigeria? Or in Africa, whether you're Ghanaian, Senegalese, Ivorian? Do you know where your village is? You know where your village is, right? You know what your language is, right? Do they? And you want to come and take money out of their plate?
Now he is speaking on Black Americans' efforts to get reparations for the debt that we're owed because of our ancestors building this country and working free labor for several hundred years. That's what he's talking about. And these Black immigrants, and he was just speaking to the Nigerians, and I thought that was interesting. He's only speaking to his people. He's telling them they need to stay out of our business because that doesn't have anything to do with them. And he's absolutely right. We don't get involved in their business. But they come over here, when Black Americans go to Nigeria, what would you look like going over there as a Black American dipping your nose into their business? They have tribal situations going on in Africa. What would you look like going to Nigeria, looking at some kind of conflict between the Igbo and the Hausas? I think that's who had the Biafran War, and trying to take sides. You don't have any business over there meddling into those people's business because you don't know enough about it to be taking sides. If anything, you could look at the situation and say, oh, okay, this is what they're doing. But you wouldn't have a right to go into their country trying to say who's right and who's wrong and taking sides and doing public announcements about what you think about it because it's none of your business. So he's absolutely right. It's none of their business. Just because you come here, go to school, get a job, become a naturalized citizen, and start living here and calling yourself an American does not give you the license to dip into a situation that was in existence before you got here. Even if you're paying taxes, even if you own your own home, even if somebody calls you Mr. or Dr. somebody, that still does not give you license to meddle into something that was owed before you got here. And another thing that they do that I find troubling is they keep talking about Black Americans playing victim. When we talk about our history and what happened to our family members during the slave system and the Jim Crow system, we're not playing victim. We are reporting history. This is our history. It's a difference in you telling what happened to you and playing a victim. I'm playing a victim if I say something happened to me that didn't happen. But if I'm reporting something that actually happened to me, I'm not playing victim. I'm reporting facts. When the Somalis come over here from a refugee camp talking about what Al-Shabaab, a terrorist organization, they say did to their country, they're not playing victim. They're actually telling you what happened to them. When Boko Haram in Nigeria kidnapped those girls from that school and took them to who knows where, and they were lost to their families for years, and then they come back and tell what happened after some of them have been recovered, they're not playing victim. They're telling you what happened to them. So people need to learn. I wish that, especially Africans, I wish they would learn American vocabulary. They learn the language, but they don't know the meaning of words. I have come to believe that many of them do not have enough vocabulary to be trying to engage in a conversation. They don't know the meaning of culture, and they don't know the meaning of victim and other words that they throw around, usually referencing Black Americans, and they don't know what they're talking about.
And just like every other people around the world, especially right now in Africa, are complaining about their government being corrupt. It started off in Kenya with the Gen X's. They had to let it be known that they were not satisfied and they weren't going to take on this hiked financial tax that they were trying to apply to the people. And so they rallied, they protested, they demonstrated. Unfortunately, like 40 of them lost their life, but they pulled this notion of taxation down, this proposal. It got knocked down. So in essence, they did win that day, not the war, but they won a battle. And we have to wait and see what Kenya's going to do moving forward, because they still owe those debts, because these corrupt leaders have making a killing for decades upon decades upon decades, taking all that money from these lenders, knowing full well the lenders were lining them up, and the corrupt leaders didn't really care, because they siphoned the money and did whatever they wanted to do with that money. And now they're trying to make the common people be held accountable for their theft, for their mismanagement, for their greed. And the people are not having it. Now we have the case of what's going on in Nigeria. I salute Nigeria for copycatting off of Kenya. Maybe others will join in the festivities to let it be widely known that the governance all over in West Africa, or Africa overall, is not satisfactory to what it takes to survive. I know that a lot of Nigerians in Nigeria are hungry, for instance. And so they are having a protest demanding for action to fix the economy and to help with starving people. So let's look at this right here. Like I said, I don't necessarily enjoy showcasing what goes on in Africa, but I just want to be balanced, because it seems to be all conversation is always circling around Black Americans and what we're doing, how we're failing, how we're lost, how we don't have a culture, how we don't have an identity, and all these things people want to keep nitpicking at us about. And even if you tell them, look, we are American, we come from America, we're not tripping about no other landmass, people get really up in arms about it. They act like we slapped their newborn baby or something, but it's like, that's the fact. We do not cry over spilt milk. The ship has sailed as far as being African any longer. We are a new breed of people, multi-raced Americans. And until Africans accept this and learn to respect it, there's just no way in which we can have some type of unity or dealings with them, because they want to dominate us, trying to Africanize us, And then on top of that, they would like our money towards their pursuit of advancement, not thinking about us at all. And so we see things as it is. I tell it on my platform, and a lot of Africans get all up in arms about it because they are so confident and been comfortable with a lot of crash dummy Black Americans not really understanding the culture of West Africa, which is a scam culture, and how they'll tell you anything and paint a picture for you, take your money, and then run off with the money, leaving you bankrupt. Time and time again, this keeps happening. But now people are starting to wake up, and now we're trying to understand that it's not really important for us to be throwing money at Africa. That's my point. But let's look at what's going on in Nigeria today. This just happened maybe 2 hours ago. And this is demanding that Nigeria fixes its economy. And we'll see what they got to say about it. Please like and share the video. Please subscribe to my channel. Thank you in advance.
End bad governance protests. IYC as a council that represents the Nigerian youth globally is here to register our displeasure. It is on record that Nigeria governance has caused a lot of problem for the masses. People we have given the mandate to go and manage our common resources have decided to impoverish us with our own resources. They have decided to give us wrong policies that will on daily basis impoverish us. As we speak, it is a known fact that cost of living does not have boundary. Bad government has given us sleepless nights. As we speak, in our own state, Bayelsa State in particular, we cannot even boast of 3 hours light a day, and we are paying for light bill. We are begging the federal government, which is in charge of policy making, that we want true federalism as a people. The unemployment rates in our communities are alarming. Youth have graduated from the universities. So many youth have gotten good training skills, but nowhere to absorb them. All they have to tell us is that we have to look for a way out. But government needs to give us the enabling environment. It is the responsibility of government to give us an enabling environment where business will thrive. The private sector in every normal society is the driver of economy and employment. But today, the Nigerian policies are to kill private investors. The public-private partnership that we believe that will create job opportunities for our youth, they have decided not to put ear and attention. IYC as an organization have said enough is enough. As a people, we are not comfortable with the current cost of living. The high level of inflation that is affecting our communities is unbecoming. Our people cannot, because of cost of living, afford quality health care for themselves. Because for you to go to the health sector to get yourself proper health care, that means you have to sacrifice your daily meal. And that is unbecoming. The death rate is alarming. We are calling on the federal government that enough is enough. Bring in policies that are going to be people-friendly. The Niger Delta is the oil and gas industrial hub. As we speak, Bayelsa State is the state that has the highest number of gas reserve. But we can't even boast of a turbine that is working. All we are saying is that the federal government should give us true federalism as a people. That will make Nigeria work, so that we can hold our governors accountable for any fund, any mismanagement of fund. True federalism is the only way where federal government will be collecting tax, while state government generates their revenues and pay tax to the center. We need a part-time legislative system. The money that the legislators are taking is unbecoming. Cost of governance is one of our problems. Corruption is one of our problems. All we want is true governance that will give the people the dividends of democracy. This democracy, our forefathers...
So in other words, there is a whole host of people that are in dire straits in Nigeria, and the Nigerians that have managed to go abroad, they don't seem to talk about this condition or this situation right here. Maybe a couple of them have, but mass-wise, you don't really see them talking about what Nigerians are up against, and because they're out of the way, because it's not now their personal problem. And so for them to feel better about themselves, I find that they are looking to mock and ridicule, accuse, and talk mess against Black Americans all the time. And I don't get it. So what I want to do now is go to Corporate Junkie. He did do a video where it showcased that Nigerian police actually did murder some of the protesters just as it happened in Kenya. So this is how they deal with protesters and demonstrators. They don't believe in people getting out of order. They don't believe in people standing up for themselves. They believe in putting you down on the ground and murdering you. So this is something I believe that Nigerians and other Africans should be more concerned about versus worrying about what Black Americans call themselves, what we think of ourselves, what we do, how we see ourselves as Americans is not going to change. None of y'all situations going over there in Nigeria. So take a look at this. Now, this is a little bit more raw. It's raw. So if you can't handle raw footage, just beware. So they're using tear gas and also live rounds to the crowds of people. Supposedly 13 Nigerians have lost their life trying to just protest. They don't have the mentality like we have, in America, where we walk and stand and gather and demonstrate with signs and whatnot. They want to put upon fear in these people to never dare challenge the corrupt government. They're just telling them, stay in your place. Whatever we got going is the way it is. You can protest if you like, but you risking your life, in other words. So this is more the same of like SARS, I recall. that happened 2-3 years ago, where the police were mulling down demonstrators, and they have not stopped. They have not stopped their beat of what they do.
At a full roundabout. We are here at a full roundabout. Community, attacking the peaceful protest. We came here peacefully, but they are attacking it. Yes, violence. Since about 14 months, we have been managing us. We are broken. We are becoming more poorer every day. Then can we continue with this? This country, want to rescue this country from them. Few people cannot be taken to go. It was the ignorance of Tinubu, we are sending this message to do the need. People are suffering. Nigerians are suffering. All right, everyone, thank you all for joining me today. Okay, so we're going to be discussing the ongoing nationwide protest that's currently going on in Nigeria. We're seeing a series of these protests in Africa as a result of bad leadership, corruption. The one in Nigeria that started 2 days ago, today is day 3, August 1st was when they started, was inspired by what we saw in Kenya. The Kenyans started a revolution in Africa as it relates to the sufferings, the poverty, the corruption at the hands of their leaders. And the youth and people of Nigeria were inspired by that because Nigeria, believe it or not, is one of those countries who also suffers bad leaderships, corruption at the hands of bad leaders, and it has been going on for years. And so about a month ago, Nigerians, being inspired by what happened in Kenya and the bravery of Kenyans with their revolution, which caused and made their president bend the knee as it relates to the finance bill, which was going to impose undue hardship against them, having that withdrawn. Kenyans and their bravery to speak out against the corruption because they've had enough was what inspired Nigerians and the youth in Nigeria to now say, you know what, we equally have the same thing going on in Nigeria. Nigeria has been plagued with corruption, bad leaders for years. And it was almost inevitable that this was going to happen. Day 1 and day 2 of this protest, which is a 10 days long protest, was really, really bad. And I want to discuss things that have happened and how and why we got here. I am going to also address
Before we get to all that, let me say hi to everybody that's in the chat room. I appreciate everybody for making comments, sharing, liking the video. Let me say hello to everybody before it continues. Again, this is going on in Nigeria for bad governance. They're having issues with hunger, and they're piggybacking off of what Kenya has done with their protests, which is not over there. In Kenya, it's still got some unhappy citizens because they want that president to step down. So it's not over. We're going to see more and more of an uprising occurring in different parts of Africa. And I salute them for being bold and brave to do this, because this is what they need to do. They cannot wait for the government finally to care, because that's obviously not working. They got to make them care. Let me see. What's up, Easy Axe? Thank you for coming through. You said it's hot over there in South Cal today. Uh-oh. Good evening to everybody. And what's up, Laura Makes It Way, Warris, Jenadu, and happy Saturday. Monique says, for Black, I hope all is good. Peace to you. Yes, it is. Ray W says, oh boy, this again. To be honest, I don't even know what's being talked about. Well, what's being talked about is that Nigerians are protesting their bad government, Ray W., and a lot of them are being dealt with violently by the police with tear gas and guns. At least 13 have been killed so far. And they just started August 1st. So that is what's going on. And I'm saying, for the ones that are not in Nigeria, the Nigerians that are comfortable in America, the UK, Canada, Australia, wherever they may be, and they get on these platforms and talk hella mess about Black Americans all day. And I'm saying that instead of them being so consumed with Black Americans and what we're doing, they might want to pivot and think about what's going on in Nigeria right now, because these are their actual people being tear gassed and being shot down like dogs in the middle of the street. That's just something that I feel they might need to try to transition to do. To be honest, I don't even know what's about. Okay, I read that. Easy Access, I don't believe these Africans. They just playing the Wakanda victim card. Their governments are not corrupt. They're just capitalists, just like all Africans are. I think they are corrupt because they borrow all this money, billions of dollars, and that money is never seen or heard of again. It's not sent to the streets to correct. It's not sent to correct their sewage situation. It's not correcting any real tangible thing where the people can say, we see an ultimate change. It is monies that these people have taken and claiming that they're going to do this and that, and it never manifests as a fact. So I think it's the fault of the corrupt leaders, and the people are sick and tired of it, and they're calling them out. Ray W says, just that Harris isn't Black comment made me already make assumptions about this streamer. She's not Black, Ray. We do have a culture. What culture do you have, Ray? Are you an American or are you African? Warren says, more than economy, the indigenous of Yoruba, Igbo, Uguni, Arawa want out of Nigeria. False identity. Well, it appears to me that most Nigerians don't want to be in Nigeria. You're right about that, but who's going to save Nigeria? There's a lot there. There's a lot of money there. There's a lot of oil there. Why wouldn't you want to save your own land? That's your shit. But people want to just flee from it and have other people deal with the problems. But once those people deal with the problems, they'll be the owner of that situation that they have fixed. That's what y'all don't get. If you abandon it and other non-black people come in and fix the problem and make it marketable, make it manageable, have production and manufacturing go on somehow, they will be the owners, and you guys will be looking stupid on the outside looking in. And it'll all be your fault because you have left and you have abandoned what you should have been trying to do. So it's up to y'all to say, I want to fight for my country and my resources. I'm not going to give it away to these strangers. But most of y'all don't want to fight. Y'all want to leave and let others fight for you. And others that are going to fight are not going to fight for you. They're going to be fighting for themselves. That's the bottom line. Sam Moore says, sister, you are right. Thank you for that. Who's trying to Africanize us? Everybody, everywhere we turn. In fact, I'll show a video right after I get done with this and show you exactly what I mean. Laura says African word by itself is a spell and false identity. I would say so too, because most people don't call themselves African. You guys call yourself by your tribe. What's up, Four Rivers? Thank you for coming through. Sam Moore says, amen. Yes, I certainly will subscribe, sister. Thank you for that. And everybody else watching, please subscribe to my channel. Laura says that's an indigenous speaking foreign English to complaining about Nigerian false identity. Okay. I can't understand anything he's saying. That accent is too deep. It is kind of hard. What's up, Monique? Hi there, I like. Thank you, UFO 77. Thank you for that. Four Rivers says, I think the continued efforts of the Boule and others towards Pan-Africanism has opened the door for Africans to include themselves in indigenous American affairs. Yeah, they have obviously told themselves that we are the missing link in their issue, which is a lie. We have nothing to do with what's going on over there in Africa because we're not there. And we're not planning on going. And that's the part that Africans and Pan-Africans can't seem to get in their head fully. The accent is deep. Cost forging English is foreign to him. The history Nigerian name goes back to Latin, Greek, Portuguese, Brits. Sandmore says they're very selfish. Boris says indigenous speaking foreign English and complaining about Nigerian false identity. Cat Mo says, where is this? Nigeria. And these stupid ass Pan-Africans still going over to your Nigeria makes that make sense. I don't think a lot of them go to Nigeria too much. I only know or have heard at least 2 or 3 Americans that have gone to Nigeria. I don't think it's a whole slew of us that's in Nigeria. Laura Makes a Way says Nigeria is uncivilized and they bring that behavior here. They definitely got something going on about them that is a bit uncivilized. Please like, share, and subscribe, and also comment and subscribe to the channel. Thank you for that, Four Rivers. Those are people indigenous speaking foreign English and complaining about Nigeria false identity. You keep saying the same thing. Wars, who is complaining? The British Nigerian company for black. Wars, you must be Barfrin. The indigenous people who they are under this false artificial state, you say. And for all indigenous people, self-determination. Smoking Dab says everybody everyone should only care about home country. Exactly. Unfortunately, this is their mentality. Don't care about who disagrees. This is why they can't be fixed, Monique says. Just like Black American Indigenous people, I'm for Black American Indigenous people's self-determination out of U.S. Inc. Well, that's the thing. You want us to leave out of America, and we don't want to leave America. That's the problem. It's very interesting how many Africans have this dream about us leaving America while you come and replace us as Americans, and we don't see the benefit in doing that. But I'm glad that you revealed what you think on. Many of y'all think that way. You think that we don't have a right to stay in America, where our forefathers have fought, died, and built in America. We have the most right to be here versus immigrants. But somehow you guys want to argue with us in our status and birthright here in America. That's why I know many of y'all have jealousy and envy towards Americans. And that's why you guys are always talking about us. And we're going to get to that. We're going to get to a video that really explains the complexities and the confusion that you guys have while living other places. Many of y'all don't even live in America. And y'all call Tariq Nasheed, or you do videos about Black Americans. It's really, really odd. Monique says these people pour all of their frustrations on Black Americans instead of fixing their own problems. Not all, but the vast majority. That's all you see. For River says this executive order passed by Biden in 2022 might mean more of U.S. involvement of African affairs using the so-called African American as a way in. Yeah, they're trying to force us to have to put up with what is going on. Let me see what you had sent for Rivers. Thank y'all for writing comments. I can't find what you just put down. What was that? Did you delete it? Oh, here it is. Oh, it's talking about the White House. Yes, this executive order on establishing the President's Advisory Council on African Diaspora Engagement in the United States by the authority vested in me as President by the Constitution and law of the United States of America in order to strengthen the dialogue between United States officials and the African diaspora by elevating engagement through collaboration, partnership, and community building among the United States, Africa, and other nations globally. It is hereby offered as following Section 1 policy. United States has a long-standing commitment to engagement with the African diaspora, people of Native African origin living outside the African continent and who have been collectively described as constituting the sixth region of the United Union. The African diaspora in the United States and source of strength and encompasses African American, including descendants of enslaved Africans and nearly 2 million African immigrants who have close familiar social and economic connections to the African continent. African Americans have been foundational to the strengthening United States-African relations and shaping United States foreign policy towards Africa, including by actively advocating on the African continent behalf, even as they struggled for civil rights in the United States. So they're trying to put us into the affairs of Africa. They're trying to tell us that we can do both, that the struggle of our civil rights somehow is supposed to now mean to go towards Africa. It goes on to read that the African immigrant community continues to make significant contributions to America's growth and prosperity. How? That's a fucking lie. The United States government encourages efforts to advance equity and opportunity for the African diaspora in the United States and will continue to encourage efforts to strengthen cultural, social, political, and economic ties between African communities, the global African diaspora in the United States. In August 2022, my administration released the U.S. strategy towards sub-Saharan Africa, which outlines our foreign policy objectives to bolster relations with African nations, listen to diverse local voices, and widen the circle of engagement to advance our strategic objectives for the benefit of both Africans and Americans. See, they don't even know what they're talking about. It goes on and on. I'm not going to read the whole thing. But they really feel through this executive order that there will be some type of engagement. There will be some type of business dealings. There will be some type of understanding and cooperation, collaboration. They have not talked to any of us about any of this stuff. They're just making stuff up as they go. This is what Ghana wanted. This is what Ghana asked for. And so Biden just simply did a executive order about it. But none of us is associating like that with Africa. So it is hogwash. They need to be consumed with their indigenous identity, freedom, and break free of those colonial artificial state imposed on them. A says, you shouldn't be worried about Africans. You should be worried about your American politicians, to be honest. Oh, I am. I'm just showcasing what Africans ought to maybe concern themselves more with instead of talking against what we're doing. It is a little bit unnerving to keep seeing them do. Rivers says, or Monique says, for Rivers, Biden has no right poking his nose in Black Americans' business. We don't agree with this crap. Exactly. For Rivers says, yes, the Pan-African agenda to guilt Black Americans into including themselves into Africans' problems. That's exactly what that was about. Preacher sister, I love it. Thank you for that. Honestly, Biden is a closeted racist. Exactly. That's one of the main reasons why he has Kamala, or whatever her name is. I don't know. Kamala, whatever her name. Golden Brown says, anybody heard from the African goddess? Not yet. I don't think she's here right now, but I'm sure she'll come. Yes, all indigenous American people all want self-determination for Black American indigenous. Exactly. Others are trying to make Africa our problem. That's what they're trying to do. You see how they're ever so saying that we're all in this together? Since when? Monique says, I understand the fact it's always our people that go for the willy boo-boo, aka stupid sugar honey iced tea. Easy Act says, yes, Black Americans are going there on tours. Ask the Prince Dinus about that. Exactly. Yes, not our problem, Monique says. Warris is a best friend. He's from the East. He's an Igbo. Yes, keep our names out of your mouths, but they can't seem to do it. Laura Makes a Way says, Black Americans are Americans. We have American culture, food, attire, language, hygiene. Exactly. Cherokee, Chittichee Creek are standing their indigenous rights to self-determination of us, Inc. What's up, G? How are you doing? Feel free to check out the video on YouTube while we are moving back from Ghana to the, what does that say? Caminate TV. There is Indigenous American versus U.S. Inc., a.k.a. British Virginia Company, calling out the fake oppression narrative is important work, Bart says. Easy Act says this is some BS bullshit, this propaganda. Who asked me if I want to be part of African diaspora and want to help Africa and Africans. Get the fuck out of here. Exactly. Sandmore says people are obsessed with African American. They're all immigrants to this country. People can't understand how we are still surviving color and culture. One reason why I'm totally against interracial. Okay, Black Americans are strong people. Four Rivers says, exactly, the executive order makes it appear that the indigenous Black Americans have always seen themselves as separate from America. This is false. Exactly. Monique says, Lord makes a way. Yes, we are our own people and we dance to the beat of our own drum. We have a different swagger, which others try to copy. And no, Kamala Harris will not win for 2024. Black power for the people. It will be about Trump. Now, I want to play a little bit more what this guy was speaking on, what's going on in Nigeria. And then we're going to showcase what the confusion is all about, with people still telling us who we are, the confusion of how they can't seem to let go of our identity no matter what. People are just so confused, like no other people have this confusion except for her. And I'm confused. But we have got to let it be known wherever we go that we are merely Americans and we're not trying to change our identity for anyone. People want us to change our identity, though. They want us to be Africanized so that we can be used for other people's benefits and not our own. Mind you, everybody benefits off of our plights except for us. Everybody likes to use the word Black for a benefit for themselves. The only ones that don't benefit from Blackness happens to be Black Americans.
Also address my Nigerian subscribers, those who listen to me and those who are subscribed to this channel. I have a lot of people from different parts of Africa, all over Africa, who listen to me from all over the world, who are tuned in, and I'm very grateful that I can speak into your lives. I can impact you, that you take the time to watch me. So I have a lot of people, as well as people from the diaspora, who are not Africans, who watch me. So I've got fans everywhere. But I am going to especially address my Nigerian subscribers who subscribe to me. I'm going to do that later on in this video, so you want to stay tuned for that. But let's get into this video real quickly, and let's talk about what's going on. So Nigerians are protesting. Nigerians are protesting. What is different with the Nigerian protests to what we saw in Kenya is that the youth and the Gen Zs in Kenya led that protest. What we're seeing with Nigeria is that it's not just the youth, it's everybody. The young, the old, the middle age, the elderly are part of this protest. And they should be. Because the sufferings that Nigerians have, the corruption touches everybody. The bad situation, the poverty, the bad governance that Nigeria has suffered over the years touches everybody. And it does also that in Kenya. But what I'm seeing with Nigerians with this situation is that Nigerians are united in terms of age, religion, cultural background. They're all united to protest bad governance. I want you to take a listen to a few of the frustrated Nigerians and their plight, who have taken on the streets to protest their voice, and we'll discuss this after this.
Why did you physically come out for this protest today?
It's because of what is happening in the country. There's hunger, there's hardship. It's impossible for us to feed again. People are dying of starvation. People can no more send their children to school because they cannot afford the escalating school fees. People are losing their relatives and their friends and their children and their elderly ones to very minor sickness and illnesses because they cannot afford money for medicine and money to pay for Medicare because of the escalating cost of healthcare.
We are tired of all this sitting down in the house, not finding something to eat at will. I cannot eat what I like. As at this morning, I have not eaten. Because I was thinking, how do I sent them to go and buy something for me. They couldn't buy it. They had to come back home because things are so expensive. And it's so unfortunate that the children who are supposed to be looking after us, they're all at home sleeping. No work, no employment. Employment is about gender. They put gender limitation on it.
Political connection.
Political connection. There is age. There is gender. There is tribal, whatever it is. There is this religious, whatever, your religious inclination. For how long are we going to continue like this?
In other words, they got a whole big fish to fry. They're hungry, mismanagement, the government is ignoring them. They're going to allow them to starve. That should be why that the Nigerians that are not living in Nigeria should be very, very upset. But why are they always asking questions about Black Americans, about who we are, where we belong? Again, they feel like we don't have a right to be living in America. And it's coming out little by little on how they talk about us. Listen to this video.
Hey y'all, welcome back to the channel. Today, we're diving into a heated topic that's been making waves online. The debate between Black Americans and Africans, or immigrants, who question their origins. What do y'all think about this ongoing discussion? Make sure to stick around for the full context of what was said, and don't forget to like, subscribe, and share your thoughts with us in the comments section. Here's the crux of the matter. After centuries of history, Black Americans assert their identity as Americans, and rightfully so. When asked, "Where are you from?" Black Americans answer America. This is their home, and they've helped build this nation. The underlying issue is that while everyone else, from Black Jamaicans to white Americans, doesn't face the same scrutiny about their ancestral origins, Black Americans are often pressured to trace their genealogy. This skepticism about Black Americans' cultural roots often stems from the belief that they lack a distinct culture. However, Black American culture profoundly influences global trends, from fashion and music to internet phenomena. Yet, some people still dismiss their identity, not understanding that Black Americans are no different from others, with complex ancestral backgrounds. For those honoring Juneteenth and seeking deeper insight into the legacy of slavery, consider visiting the Whitney Plantation in Louisiana, which provides an authentic look at the history of slavery rather than just the antebellum lifestyle. If you're interested, let me know, and I can drop a video link in the comments. Furthermore, there's a notable disparity in the way people from different backgrounds address their origins. For instance, Black British individuals and other Africans often express confusion or disdain towards Black Americans, failing to recognize the shared history and complexity of identity. This can be particularly evident when visiting places like London, where people might dismiss New York as just a place, rather than understanding it as a diverse and complex identity. Ultimately, the conversation highlights a broader issue: the tendency to overlook the legitimacy of Black American identity and history while demanding unnecessary proof of their cultural heritage. Black Americans have contributed immensely to global culture and will continue to do so. So let's respect and acknowledge their American identity and their role in shaping the world. Thanks for watching, and I hope this provides clarity on the issue. Don't forget to leave your thoughts in the comments below. See you next time.
To the fact that you're American. As in here, if you ask someone, where are you from? I'm from Nigeria. Really?
I said black people down there don't even know what country they come from.
So what country you come from?
Me, a few. African and Caribbean.
Where were you born?
Every day I come in the town, and I refrain from talking about it, but I see Black British people just talking about Americans. British people in general education on the world, which includes America, is the reason why they don't understand why America exists or how America exists or how a black person from Virginia is a black person from Virginia.
It is so weird.
What's not clicking?
It is so weird because everybody else that comes from Jamaica, Haiti, or any other place, they don't have this issue of where you come from. Everybody accepts them coming from Haiti or Jamaica. It's just when we say we come from America, that's when they really get an issue. And it's odd.
It's not clicking.
To insinuate that black people in America don't know where they come from, and they say they're from America, but then you go and you say that you're Nigerian or Caribbean, there's absolutely no difference than you being from Jamaica, you being from Dominica, you being from Cuba, and me being from New York. Zero difference. The only difference is America is the place where all immigrants come to. So we are the country where we had to stay in the country of our oppressors, and you were able to come here because of us. I went to grad school in London. I went to LSE. One of the main questions I would always get when people heard me speak is, where are you from? And I would say New York. And they would say, no, where are you really from? And I was like, New York. And they would be like, well, I'm Jamaican. And I was like, well, where are you really from? And they were like, Jamaica. I'm like, well, Jamaica's a made-up place, just like America's a made-up place. So there's no difference here. It's almost like they think that we just popped up in America from some magical place. Hello, slave trade, baby. Your history too. In the UK, you are no more than like 3 generations from someplace. So the black people I encountered in London while I lived there were always Nigerian, Ghanaian, Jamaican, or any other island. Guys just moved to the UK. That's why you're like, I'm Nigerian.
Africans, we lie a lot as if we know where we're from. Most of us can't tell you 2 generations past where we are.
So while you want to talk shit about us, and while you have absolutely no idea what you're talking about, you look dumb, not us. So we will continue to thrive. We will continue to drive culture. We will continue to be the culture exporter to the world, and you will continue to consume it and talk about us if we don't think about you. Okay? Ciao.
Hey, y'all, I'm just here to remind you that after 400 years, America is a legitimate country of origin. What I'm saying is, when black Americans tell you that they are American, please stop following up with, well, where are you from? The answer is America. See, that's the problem with black Americans. They don't know where they're from. Black Americans built this country. This is where they are from. It's most of the rest of us who just got here. Aside from the Native Americans, who are the OG Americans, shout out to them. Also, for the people who like to say that black Americans don't know where they come from, do y'all say the same thing to black Jamaicans, black Brazilians, white Americans? I bet no one asks white Americans what part of Europe they descend from. Everyone else gets a pass on not being able to tell you where their bloodline started, but black Americans got to give you their genealogy. And a lot of that is rooted in this belief that black Americans lack culture. Meanwhile, the whole world copies black American culture, from their clothes to their music to their internet trends. Anyway, if y'all want to honor Juneteenth and the legacy of slavery beyond today, I recommend visiting the Whitney Plantation in Louisiana, which is one of the few plantation tours that actually focuses on the history of slavery and not just antebellum life. And if you want, I can drop a video on the Whitney Plantation in the comments.
It's just that easy, y'all. So here is a YouTuber that goes to UK often, and he asks questions to them, and he gets a whole lot of UK people with this notion that black Americans are so lost. And he's going to break it down to him. He's talking to a guy from Congolese, and he's in the UK, cosplaying as a black American. And he wants to talk shit about we're not from America. And this is always the issue. There's so many issues in Congo with all their resources being pillaged, child mining, and all kinds of atrocities that are happening in Congo. But instead of him talking about that, he wants to talk about we are not really American. We don't know where we come from. This is the continual argument that's always brought out by these immigrants. Like, they're obsessed with trying to tell us we ain't shit. We don't belong. We're nothing. That's, in other words, that's what they're trying to say.
You said what? Black American people are the most lost black people
on earth.
Where do you get that ideology from?
Okay, the reason why it made me say that, and I feel like it only got snipped and turned into some other thing.
Oh, so it was them. It was them. They cut it like that.
It's a whole interview.
I know this is a podcast. I've seen it.
Yeah, it's like a 6-hour interview.
I got it.
Yeah. But wait, is this here? You know that black people over here?
Yeah.
We actually like know where we're from.
What do you mean by that?
Like, I'm talking about what country we're from.
We know what country we're from too.
Okay. Okay, you know that all black people are from Africa, right?
Technically, they say everyone's from Africa.
Technically, but I'm saying all black people.
Yeah, but technically, they say everyone in the world's from Africa, right? That's where you're basing your information on, correct?
Is there another continent in the world that has got predominantly black people?
Africa is the biggest continent.
Is it?
Africa is the biggest continent that has predominantly black people. Yeah.
Right. That's what I'm just saying. Yeah. So we all come from Africa. You know what I'm saying?
You come from Africa.
Yeah, I do come from.
Where are you from?
Congo.
So you're from Congo.
Yeah.
I'm from America. So can I say that you don't know where you're from? I can technically say you don't know where you're from.
Why?
Because you're from Congo, right?
Yeah.
I know more about my history than you know about yours. You can't tell me where you're from. That's a fact.
What do you mean?
You can't tell me where you're from.
We're in Congo.
Like in general. How far back can you go back in your lineage?
All the way back.
How far?
All the way back, like my grandfather's grandfather.
Yeah, I got my grandmother. Yeah, I got that as well.
Yeah.
So when people say that Black Americans are lost, they don't know where they're from. How?
Okay.
Let's clarify a couple facts.
Okay, let me break it down to you. Yeah.
You said Congo, right?
Yeah.
Break it down to me.
Okay, let me break it down to you. You see most black people that are in the UK or in Europe.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Melanated people.
Yeah, melanated people, most black people, that are here. That are here. They actually know, what country in Africa they are from.
Yeah, in the continent. So that's the same thing as saying is I know what state in America or what country in America I'm from.
It's not the same.
How?
You see the powers that be in America do not look at you as American.
How?
They hate you.
How?
Because they hate you. They kill you every day for no reason.
Wait, let's just clarify something. You're from Congo.
Yeah.
Congo has 5 times the murder rate than actually America.
Yeah.
Literally at this moment in time.
Yeah.
You know about. So you're from.
Don't kill people for the color of their skin, though.
People die on a consistent daily basis.
Yes.
And people don't
Not
get
for the
killed.
color of their skin, though.
People get killed for any particular reason. You can't marginalize one particular situation and say, and people are not getting killed specifically for the color of their skin in 2024. But let's clarify this statement.
Okay.
You said Congo, right?
Mm-hmm.
You know about Congo.
Yes, I did.
You're from Congo.
Yes.
You moved here or you was born here?
I was born there.
You were born in Congo.
Uh-huh.
So you're raised in Congo. Why are you not living in Congo?
Because there was a war in Congo.
Huh? It's a war in Congo.
Yeah, there was a war in Congo.
So do you know in Nigeria they have this word called japa? It means people who flee, like to flee, to run. So you fled your own country. You fled your own country to move to a white society country, and you're sitting down saying that we don't know where you were from. But I never fled my country.
That's not your country, though.
How is it not my country?
It's not your country.
How?
Like, you know what hurts me,
Yeah,
you know what hurts me, with Black American people? Maybe I should have said it like that. Yeah? Do you know what hurts me? Is that you don't think that this is you lot's country.
How? We built America. What? The place that you... have you been to America first?
Slavery. Yes, I have.
You been to America? Where in America
you got forced to build it.
No.
I didn't build it, wanted to build it.
No, there was a civilization.
To build it.
There was a civil... That's not true. Where are you basing this information from? It's not true.
From history.
Whose history? The colonizable people? The people that you adapted into?
From no. Black people that's born here, do not think they're from England. They don't think they're from England.
Yeah.
You know what I'm saying? Because they call yourself African American, Black American, or Black British. We don't actually think we're from here.
Yeah.
We live here.
No.
We understand we're from somewhere else.
You're not even from there. You've all fled your own country. You're not building up your community. There's a difference.
If I was born in America and you're from there, and I was born in Congo, then I'm fucking from there.
All right, so I'm from America, basically.
By your standard.
Yeah, but you just confirmed it.
No. I'm saying you can't say, hear me out. You can't say that I'm not from Congo if you think you're from America because you were born there because I was born in Congo.
What makes you think that I'm not from America? That's a good question. Simple. What makes you think I'm not from America?
I'm saying, that you're not originally from America.
What makes you think I'm not originally from America?
Because all the black people that got brought to America got brought there on...
So you believe that all the black people in America got brought to America?
America was originally Aborigine Indians. You don't know that?
All right, and I do know that. Okay. So they were black Americans.
All the people that migrated.
Hold on. America was originally Aborigine Indians, right? Native Americans, correct?
All the people that migrated.
Right, hold on. Native Americans, correct? Mm-hmm. All right. Native Americans means that they're native to the country, correct? Mm-hmm. There were black Americans there. What do you think Native Americans look like? You think they all look like the guy with the one feather? You know how big the United States is? Massive. So how can you sit down and literally say that all black people came from Africa? That's crazy.
I watched Cameron yeah, say something, which is a rapper that I really like, that I grew up listening to or whatever. And he started going on some rhetoric about how he doesn't like African people, he doesn't like being called black African, and certain things like that. And at first, it kind of hurt me, innit? Because I'm African, innit?
Why do you want to be associated with the people that are completely different to you? Do you associate yourself with Jamaicans?
But we're not completely different. You're black, I'm black.
No, we're just melanated.
Because you're wearing the Texas hat.
No, that's funny. You're a comedian. No. We're completely different. We have two different backgrounds. You're from Congo. I'm from America. I know more about my lineage than you know about your lineage.
No, I doubt that, bro. I doubt that, bro. Because I know what province I'm from. I know what villages I'm from. I know the whole
prove that. You can't prove that.
What do you mean I can't prove that? I'm from Bandundu in Congo. I'm a Yanzi.
You can't
we
prove
speak
that.
Yanzi.
Yeah, but you can't prove that.
I'm proving it right now. I'm explaining to you where I'm from. Your children.
He wants so much to school Adonis, to try to make him feel less than, to tell him you're not originally from America, and we are. People just definitely hate that we have a birthright in America. Hate that we are Americans. Hate that we can't be deported. But they try with all their might and all their venom to say what they spew what they're saying. You have to catch what they're talking about. And they all, on one accord, claim that we're not from America and we're not really Americans. We're not treated like Americans. So in other words, we're refugees in their mind. And they look down at us like that. But we are American, and we have got to fight back with this sick ideology that they have. And this comes from Pan-Africans. Pan-Africans are the ones that is making it okay for these people to tell us we're not American, to tell us we don't belong. That is the primary issue I have with Pan-Africans, because they're full of shit. Let's go.
Children in a couple, 4 or 5 years won't even remember that you speak Yanzi. They're going to remember you speaking English.
No, they will. Do you know why? Because we own hella land in Congo. We own hella houses in Congo. I just came back from Congo.
You're going to pass down that knowledge to them.
I don't need to pass down the knowledge to them. The houses are going to be passed down to them. Everything's going to be passed down to them. So they're going to go back there anyway. You think I'm not going to take my kids back to Congo? And
let me just clear. Let's talk facts. Let's talk facts. Congo is a new ass country. Let's be honest.
You asked.
Congo is
Congo was around before America. And you
no, what are you talking about? No, it wasn't.
Before Congo was colonized, yeah, we was already a thing. We
no,
it was kingdom to the world.
No. Congo was officially established as a country in 1960. That's when it was established.
Yeah,
in the 1980s.
Yes. The DRC came in 1998.
Yes, that's a different thing. That's different. But you understand what I'm saying?
Yeah.
All right, so when we go back to talk about heritage and knowing where we're from, I know more about my heritage than you could, and I can prove that. You can't tell me your history. You can only speculate.
Let me hear you tell me your history. Let me hear this.
What do you mean? I can go back into. Right,
I want to hear it.
So what do you want to know? Since you say Black Americans are lost, what do you want to know about me?
No. You said you know more about your lineage and your heritage than
Oh, that my mother was born in New York. My grandmother was born in New York. My great-grandmother was born in Virginia, or Atlanta, actually. And my great-great-grandmother was born in Virginia itself. And that goes all the way back to the 1850s.
What did your grandmother do?
But my issue is we should not have to give them any proof about nothing. Who the fuck are these people to be proving anything to? All we need to say is we're American. We've been here in America for hundreds of years. That's it. That's all. All this extra conversation trying to prove to this Congolese guy who we are. Who is he to us for us to be proving anything? This is kind of silly right here. It's absolutely silly.
I can name multiple different jobs that they did. My grandfather worked in the fucking karate shop that was on Times Square, 42nd Street for 4 years before Disney bought out Times Square and changed it to McDonald's. Like, it's multiple different jobs. I can't pull down somebody's full resume or what they work for. What does that do?
Do you know what I think? Yeah, I think that the problem with black people, is that we're very ignorant, and we don't understand divide and conquer.
But you guys weren't. But you.
No, let me explain myself. We don't understand divide and conquer, And you see the statement I made. It wasn't to cause division because we lose dividing each other. Really, it's like light skin, dark skin argument. It's like black British people copy black American people. I don't really care who copies who. Like we're all one people.
Yeah, but that's different. That's not. We're not one people. We're not one people. For a long time, for a long period of time, the division was made by y'all. Back in, let's talk about it. Back in the 1970s to the 1980s, none of y'all wanted to be called black. Let's be real.
But up a second.
That's a fact.
Hold up a second. All y'all identify. Listen, I'm gonna clarify. Let me articulate that. You're saying all y'all, yeah, and I'm born in 1988. I can't fucking answer for them motherfuckers. What are you talking about?
So yeah, exactly.
Like, they didn't want to be
All right, so
black,
now
there's a problem with me.
So hold on. Now that
back to date now.
Now that's what we're talking about.
And how pressed
Lord.
American people were.
You're cosplaying. We're not pressed. You're cosplaying Black Americans and trying to take the stuff that we did and say that we're part of you. We're not. You guys never stood on business for a long period of time. Y'all got colonized. Most of your countries. Congo is one of the most wealthiest places in the world based off resources, but still one of the most poorest countries in the world at this moment in time. You've never stood on business to control your continent, and now you're trying to identify as us on an international level just to get pussy. Come on, stop it. We're two different people.
Do you think, that black people from England or from Africa want to be known as American? Or wanna?
You're wearing an NBA jersey right now, bro. What are you talking about? Like,
okay.
How can you do
that?
Like,
whose jersey am I wearing?
Nuggets. Mambo? I don't know.
Mutombo Dikembe. Where's he from? Congo.
And
hey, Grant Cardone here, and if you're anything like me, you've always wondered or been curious about wealthy people. You know how?
Congo.
And you're still representing Black American excellence.
I'm representing.
The hell?
That's crazy. I'm representing Congo.
Who made this hot? Who made this style hot? This hot. You wearing jerseys in the street and being fly. Who made that hot? Do you even know?
Listen, they all say shit.
No, do you know? Don't deviate. Don't deviate because you're deviating.
I'm not deviating. I'm going to answer your question.
Who made that
I'm
hot?
going to answer your question, So, because if I like painting, does that mean that I want to be Italian? Does that mean that I would what you're saying is nonsense? Because you like a certain style of fashion, does that mean what happened to all of you lot's baggy shit? Why are you not all wearing fitted shit now?
I'm wearing baggy shit, bro. What are you talking about?
You're not really that much a star. You're wearing Texas hats and all that. It's crazy. But what I'm saying is is both cultures copy both cultures.
What cultures does Black Americans copy from Africa?
I just told you. No, I didn't say from Africa. I said from Britain. From Britain.
What culture does Black Americans copy from?
If you know, you see like the Louis Vuitton patterns and all of that stuff. Yeah, all of that stuff comes from Africa. I can show you. Where people in Africa is wearing them.
They want so bad for us to be following behind the trends of Africa, and we don't for the most part. We have our own style, and they want to take credit for everything that we do. He's trying so hard, and it doesn't match up.
Waiting for Louis Vuitton. I know, man. If American people are wearing Louis Vuitton, then they're wearing a pattern that's originally an African pattern. So if you want to get more technical with it, then you can say that you know copying our style. But it doesn't matter who's copying who. Listen to me. You're not worried about the wrong things. It doesn't matter who's copying who. We're all Black people.
We are not. Hold on.
This division is dead.
What do you mean division? You got to clarify the facts. The people that started the division, Black Americans always accepted everybody. Caribbean.
You know, whole chats act like you're not better than us because you're saying we want to.
Give me an example.
You just said a minute ago that we're claiming you wear the same because we want to take on you those achievements. We don't give a fuck about what none of you lot did over there. Like, we respect it and we love it. Oh yeah.
How do you respect it? How do you respect it by saying Black Americans are lost when the majority of all the freedoms that you have was off the back of the people from my side of the world?
None of the freedoms that I have has got anything to do with anybody.
What?
What are you talking about?
What? The Civil Rights Act completely impacted your life to this day. Name me one civil rights activist that changed your life that's African. Now, don't deviate, because I asked you multiple questions you're not answering. Name me one civil rights activist from the continent of Africa besides Nelson Mandela that changed your life. And I'm waiting.
The first president of Zaire, before he got killed by people that got sent to kill him from, I'm not even going to say too much political stuff, but it was definitely from you lot side. Do you get what I'm saying to you? So,
how? You're just naming names.
Listen, the same stuff you're talking about, how Congo is still a poverty-stricken country and all of that stuff,
That's a fact.
I know it's a fact. I'm not going away from that. I'm saying that's...
You didn't answer my question, though, just to let you know.
I'm answering it.
I don't know. No, I'm talking about name a civil rights activist that changed your life as a melanated person from an international level from Africa, the continent. You don't even got to use Congo. Anybody besides Nelson Mandela.
I just told you, the first president of Congo, I can't remember his name right now, Zaire.
Why you can't remember his name? What did he do?
He's the one that actually fixed up the country before another president got me to kill him, Mobutu, and took over the country and then went left.
How does he benefit melanated people? How does that benefit melanated people?
Because he was benefiting our country, because he was fixing
your country.
To the right. This is in all Africa. You know that he got killed, because he was trying to make a universal money for Africa, which was based on gold.
America and the people that actually run England and all these other countries don't give a fuck about me or you. So you sitting there talking about you bringing them up. We're not talking about them. We're talking about Black Americans. And we talking about melanated Africans. It's two different things. That's got you thinking the way you're thinking. No, what do you? What is it gonna make you feel? I'm like, hold on. Hold on. Let's. No, stop. You're America. Listen, we love you. Yeah, you need to love us. Yeah, let's just all build. He's not answering any questions. How can you say love? How can you say love together, but then you say that Black Americans are lost? Where majority of most of all the freedoms that you have was off the backs of Black Americans. Even to most of the inventions, the stoplight that you see every single day is a Black American invention, which you have in Congo. Tell me something that a Black American to me, it's not a Black American invention. To me, it doesn't matter if it. What do you mean? What do you mean? It's a Black American invention. It's a matter. And you can't just take away someone's heritage. You can't just take away someone's background. That doesn't work like that. No, but that's what you're trying to do. You're colonized. You know what? That's no, you are. You can't see it. How? That's the worst thing about it. So answers from hold on. Congo. I was from there. I got to.
Before I let this go any further, let me see what you guys are saying in the chat room. I know it's a lot, and they just really into arguing over us being lost, us not having what we say we have. People want to discredit whatever we got going on. They try to just basically say you're nothing more than a slave. You were assisted by white folks to get what you got. Other than that, you're nothing more than a slave. And that's just unfortunate. How can you unify with people that disrespect you in such a way, look at you in such a way? If you look at me as a slave, then you need to stay the fuck away from me. I don't want to have nothing to do with anyone that's trying to make me into a slave. I'll pass. Definitely. Let me see what you guys are saying. Thank you all for commenting into the chat room. If you could, please like, share, and subscribe to the channel. I would greatly appreciate it. I'm going to try to go up. Easy Act says this African Congolese should just take the L. Exactly. Walrus says American, African are constructive names. Perhaps. Murasaki Shinju. And that guy is ignorant to say that the natives are Americans. The natives are Americans. Just like the indigenous Black Americans also are indigenous. We have been at the beginning of America. Without our efforts, whether it's slavery or labor or land, reclassified, we've been there since the beginning of America. We are native, we are indigenous to America. That's the problem that Africans are having. They don't want us claiming America. They feel like we're still slaves and beholden to the market sense of slavery. And we're not going like that. We freed ourselves from slavery, people. Africans were not slaves anymore. We're beyond slavery. And your mindset is still stuck on slavery. You're still stuck on merchandise and ownership of slaves. We're not slaves. You don't own us. Y'all need to get that out of your heart and spirit and rebuke that demonic entity within you. Tell God to release that sickness from you. In the name of God, I rebuke you. We are not slaves. We are not beholden to you any longer. You guys sold folks. You severed ties. And what we did after that to survive by the grace of God, we're free. Now you can't come back and say we want to claim you. No. Claim your own people over there in Africa and fix what's going on in Africa. Have some self-respect. Stop trying to claim something that you severed and cut off and left for dead. Now you want us because you think we got some money that you can pull from us for your debt. And we ain't going out like that either. We see you. We see all of you and all your intentions. And it's not working out. Yeah, they have tribes. Moraski, I don't know how to pronounce your name, sorry. G says African people don't understand it and accept it until a white person tells them the exact same thing, which we Black Americans have stated. We Black Americans didn't run from the U.S., but Africans keep running from Africa and invading into other countries trying to take over. Africans believe in global citizenship. Yeah, that's their issue. They think that they are entitled to anywhere they go. That's why they're being treated so messed up in certain countries where they're banned and deported. All these things because you guys act like you're entitled to every place around the globe, and you're not. Fix Nigeria, Nigerians. Then you can boss around and be proud and talk your shit. Until you do that, you won't get that much respect going in other man's lands, perpetrating like you're grand and you're smart and you got it going on. Prove it in Nigeria. Then I'll believe you. If you can't do it in Nigeria, you're basically suckling off of the system of another man's country. That's what you're doing. And you can't say we're doing the same thing because we helped build America. So we are deserving of being here. And many of y'all don't feel like we're deserving of being here, but that is y'all bad. Okay? That's the stupidity of Pan-Africanism, to expect a people fight each other because of tribalism. Will come to America and embrace indigenous Black Americans, Four Rivers says. I don't know what you mean by that, Warris. You're naming off different tribes of Indians, I guess. G says they'll spend 30 plus years in another person's country scamming and sucking off the system. They believe in living on a long-time student visa in other countries and scamming the system. Yeah, and consuming and stealing welfare benefits for as long as they can. When Russia invaded Ukraine on 24th of February 2022, immigrants were told to evacuate Ukraine, and one of them was a 50-year-old African grandma on a student visa who had been in Ukraine for over 20 years. Wow. See, that's what I'm talking about. Their mentality is about finding a nice spot that has nothing to do with the turmoil and the devastating effects of Nigeria. And they think they can do that anywhere they go and talk shit to Black Americans about how we are doing. It's our prerogative to stay in America because that's where we all have been, always have been, and we help build. We help be the economy. So we're not trying to flee like that. It's crazy that they think skin color has to do anything with nationality. Yeah, it is crazy. Just like Indian people, like Kamala Harris, are dark-skinned, and they're not Black. But they can play Black, apparently. G says evacuate Ukraine, and one of them was a 50-year-old. Okay, over 20 years. Dat boy Bader. We from the soil 7 generations deep, and they salty. Okay. Anyone of any color, skin color, can belong to any country or nation. I don't believe in that. and society doesn't believe in that, actually. Moreski. Warren says, just be American Indigenous, game over. That's what I am, Indigenous Black American. If anyone is American, it is Black American. Daddy T says, the proudest Americans should be Black Americans. Exactly. Laura makes a way say it's not division. It's not. Just telling the truth. The damage is done on Black American Indigenous. I don't know what you mean by that. All Americans should be. Don't drink the Kool-Aid. X Shadow Dank says. Laura makes a way says there is no Black British. That boy Vader, we from the soil 7 generations deep and they salty. Four Rivers says Biden's diaspora executive order 2022 allows Africans to include themselves into Indigenous Black Americans affairs. I see that. They're doing too much. Why is he dressed like a marathon runner but identifies as Congolese? There's no culture there. He was dressed as a basketball player. French name it Congo. He's so proud to be Congolese and where to show it, nothing but talk. Yeah, he's in the UK talking mess about Black Americans. But he's playing ball for America. No, he's just wearing the outfit. He sounds assimilated. Yeah, to UK. Go the F back to Congo. He'll never go, Laura makes a way. And he looks assimilated too. Yes, he is. He looks like he's trying to be a Black American and pretend like he's a Black American. That's what he looked like to me. Africa makes Gucci and Louis Vuitton. Rusty says, y'all complain about everyone. No, I'm not. I'm pointing out the truth. Monique says, yes, Laura makes a way. You're correct. Go back home. Baron says, Fila Kuti. I don't know what that means. Once we get the etymology, phenology, and morphology spell word, we definitely know we are as Indigenous. He said a lot of words I don't have no idea what the heck it is. Got him. That boy says, bucking up tyrants. Civil rights are gone. It looks like they're starting to be dried up. You ain't never lie right there. Why didn't they fix their countries? Because they keep fleeing. African Goddess says, Steve Bilko, Patrice Lumbunga. I don't know who that is. We celebrate what we don't practice, Buck 'em Up Tyrant says. There are currently hundreds of thousands of slaves in the Congo, and he's proud of what? That's what I'm talking about. The president did what? We don't know. Once we get the etymology, phenology, and morphology spell word gifts, we definitely know we are Indigenous lineages. You got to speak a little bit plainer. That doesn't make sense to me. Courtney says we have to discuss these issues and have these transparent conversations to call out the BS and have true unity. Facts is more activists from diaspora than work in America. Americans and people are lost. I say a lot of people are lost more than America. Buck 'em up tyrants. I don't see nobody having their shit together as far as I can tell. Wherever you go, you're going to see chaos. Wherever you go, you're going to see mismanagement and corruption. You're going to see people in despair. Why so many people from all over the globe are making their way to America if they had their shit together? So it's not just us, apparently. Americans and people are lost. A lot of people are lost. G says exactly. Slavery is still going on with mining for minerals. Children and women and men are doing slave labor right now in the Congo. Exactly. Monique says again, anybody needs to respect everybody, period. If people don't like us, we have the opinion to keep it pushing. Warwick says, once we get the... Okay, you keep saying the same thing. Come on. Buck and jealousy. I can see you, Wake Up says. What's up, Gold Crown? Thank you for turning off your lights. And you're still happening today in Africa. Okay, so now I'm going to get back because there's more comments than I need to read. We're going to go back to the guy talking with the Congolese dude. Again, they have this obsession with us. They cannot stop talking about us for some reason. But this is just a mere example about how, in their mind, they are fixated with us. And they want us so bad to feel bad about ourselves. That's the part that's really bothering me. They want us to feel lower than what we are. They're trying to knock us down a peg or two.
I was from there. I got to learn how to love being black, how to learn how to love being from Africa. Yeah, I learned that. I cherished it, and I took it from me even when I came here.
But you don't wear Congolese clothes. You don't live in Congo at this moment in time. So I just came back from New York. You're not living in Congo at this moment in time. You live majority of your life out in the UK, and you're speaking English. So I'm not understanding. And you wear NBA outfit. Yo, let me answer this question. Just answer this question. Black Americans are the only people in the world that put being black to be proud. We had that shit on our backs. When you guys literally, you said your heritage, let's talk about your heritage. They never wanted to actually commit to being black. They always identified as their tribe. That's why every time I say name a black invention, you go back to Congo. No, what's black culture? Matter of fact, hold on. Black culture is different places. All right, so answer this question. So you're black and proud, correct? Are you a UK citizen?
I'm black British. That's what they call me, but I don't really identify.
Are you black British?
That's what they call me, but I don't identify that. Because you know what it is? The powers that be. Listen,
hold on.
That run England, yeah, will never look at me like I'm a British person. That's why they call me.
That's why you're trying to
differentiate.
No. They don't get. That's what I'm saying. That's why you're trying to. Hold on. That's why you're trying to project.
No.
I'm trying to say. Listen.
I said what I said wrong about I lost. What I felt. What I actually feel is, I feel like you are at a disadvantage, yeah, because you don't know what the advantage is to actually know where you're from. So, because you don't know it, you can't identify by it, and you think that we're trying to like belittle you.
Bro, you're not listening. I'm telling you the information. You're in denial. You're listen.
You know what I'm saying?
I'm telling you the information, and you're literally in denial. You're sitting down saying we don't know where we're from. No, we're telling you where we're from, and you're in denial. You left your country. You fled your country. You abandoned your culture. You abandoned us. We did not.
I didn't flee my country. I go back there on a regular basis.
Why are you not there now helping your community?
I was there just helping my community.
I said now.
But I just came back a couple weeks ago. I had to come back here and handle business.
So why are you not handling business in Congo?
Yeah, I am. That's why I was just there doing it.
Bro.
But you know what I mean? That's why
you can't sit here and talk to me and say that.
Come here to different places to handle business. I still got business handling right now.
Hold on. You can't sit here and tell me that black Americans are not proud to be black when we the only people in this world that literally put being black on the map.
That's not what I said. I said
you just said that.
No, that's not what I said. I said that you don't want to admit that you're Africans and you don't want to distance from yourself from it, and it's sad.
Aren't you embarrassed?
Wait. Are you mad? Are you crazy? I can never be embarrassed that I'm African.
What's your culture? What's your history?
What you mean? What's my culture? What's my history?
What's African culture and history?
Because you're not saying a lot of things.
You say you're African. Hold on. You say you're African, right? But you're not the African. You're not the one that's in that country right now, putting on, grinding up. You in England right now, trying to be uppity. I don't understand.
Brody, you don't know what I do in Africa. We give water to my whole area in Africa. You don't know what I do in Africa, and I don't do things over there to come over here and try and make myself look better or whatever. Like when you give in silence. You know what I'm saying? Like I said, I was just there for 2.5 months.
So answer this question. Where are you basing your information on the top of when we sit down and talk about black Americans itself? You should be.
I see on what I hear.
So you're basing it on
how pressed you of what I said. And I understand that it got cut. And I understand when I said lost. Wait, you asked me something. Let me ask you. Yeah. And I understand that I said lost and I could rub people up the wrong way. Yeah. But I honestly feel like you lot are at a disadvantage. Yeah. And it upsets me because I wish you lot had what you had. You know, like say for example, if you got a parent that's dead, right? Yeah. And your parent was dead from very young. Yeah. You don't actually know what you're missing out on because you might not know your dad or your mom. You know what I'm saying? And that's how I feel. Okay. So that's what I should have said. But I said hold on. Everybody got pressed. Hold on.
So you're saying I'm from Africa?
I'm saying you originate from Africa.
Alright, so I'm from Africa, now what?
No, nothing. It's a good thing. We're brothers. It's cool. It's lit.
Prove it.
Black.
Prove it.
Black.
Prove it.
Oh no, go on ancestry.com or something and they'll tell you some sort of percentage of where you're from or whatever.
Come on.
You know what I'm saying?
You can't even prove to me.
You're saying England, right? Yeah, because I could buy the ancestry.com thing. Yeah,
we can do that. Bro, I've already done that. Listen.
You know what? Yeah, he's arrogant. I think he's half Nigerian or something like that. You know what I mean?
Wow, you're disrespecting Nigerians, calling them arrogant. That's crazy.
Nigerians, but yeah, they be like that sometimes.
I'm having a dialogue with you. I'm having a dialogue with you.
Brothers, like, it's not a division thing, bro.
He's not trying to listen at all. He's just going on rampages. You're sitting down talking about all of this particular stuff. You can't prove not one thing you said this whole time. Everything you've been saying is how you feel.
I told you I can prove it. We can get ancestry.com and we'll probably find out.
Yo, let me tell you something. You can't even prove to me that your bloodline has been in Congo for the time that you said your bloodline has been in Congo.
How can I not?
Because
we've never left Congo until my generation did.
How do you can't now? You can't. Congo did not have the census until 1980. They have only one documentation, and this is history. You can actually Google this stuff. Listen, because you obviously are tripping. You don't know what you're talking about. Congo did not have the census until the 1980s, and when the 1980s, that's the only census that they had, where they documented every single person that was in Congo. So when it goes back to your lineage, no, you can only prove that you've been in Congo since the 1980s. I can prove since the 1700s. So when we talk about knowing where we're from, no, you don't know where you're from. You can't prove anything. You just hypothesizes in the top of your head.
My dad was born in 1956, yeah? So the 1980s is already out the window. You already took his shit, yeah? My grandma died 2 years ago. She was 100 and something when she died. You know what I'm saying? Yeah, she's from the village. You see, when you go back to that village, yeah, you think that just because there's paperwork, man, all that stuff, that's how people kept...
that sounds good. That sounds good.
No, but it's the truth, though.
That sounds good. Sounds good. You don't got no proof. Show me proof.
I'll go to Congo with you right now. Show you.
You don't got proof. You got a smartphone in your pocket. You don't got no proof on your phone.
You know it's not documented. Just because it's not documented. So are you telling me that knowledge never got passed on before computers and paperwork?
And that's exactly.
You are. Definitely know.
Hold on. Look what you just said.
I'm going to go back to my first.
Hold on. Look what you just said. Say that again.
Are you trying to say that knowledge has only been passed on since paper and documentation? Is that what you're trying to say? You're trying to say that knowledge ain't never been passed by word of mouth.
I agree with you right there. So now I'm telling you that my knowledge is passed down through word of mouth for generations, and you're not trying to accept it, but you want me to accept yours. That don't make sense.
That's not what I said.
Hold on, listen. You said right now. You said, are you telling me that knowledge was not passed down word of mouth, right? Because your knowledge is passed down through word of mouth, right? Without paperwork, right? And I'm telling you, my knowledge has been passed down from word of mouth through generations without paperwork, and you're not trying to believe my knowledge. You're believing the white man.
I'm gonna make this easy. Yeah. A lot of you look say, oh yeah, we're only second generations, whatever, or rare, or whatever, yeah. So watch this, yeah. If things are passed down through word of mouth, because like you said, yeah, before the 1960s, 80s, wherever it was, yeah, paperwork wouldn't be about right now, right, yeah. So
we are.
Okay, whatever. Any easier, yeah, to trace down your lineage, yeah, if you've only been here for a couple generations than if you've been in America for like 12 generations. It is easier to actually know like where you're from.
If you're from Congo,
you might think that your people was like the original black people that lived in America and they didn't get sent over there in ships or whatever.
So are you saying that? Wait. I just want to answer this question.
Let me finish and you ask me, yeah? So you might think that, but it's harder for you to prove it if you've not been there for 12 generations. It's not that hard for me to prove it.
How is it not hard?
I've never migrated here. I'm the only generation that migrated here. From my family, we're the first people that migrated here. So I know my background.
Hold on. No, people migrated over Africa multiple different times through multiple generations. You're saying that you're from Congo because that's all that your family's talked about. But if you go back in your bloodline, we could probably trace that back down in Nigeria.
No. Actually, our bloodline, when you really go back far, is actually from Egypt. But I also know that.
Yeah, see, look at that. I thought it was Congo.
No, but if you go far back, it's Africa.
Bro, that's all hypothetical. You have no proof.
Listen, I don't care if I have no proof. Listen, I don't care.
Hold on,
so my lineage. So let's recap.
Let's recap.
I understand.
Let's recap. Hold on.
And that's what I'm saying. Black people are from Africa. That's it.
Let's recap. How can you sit down and say that the people, black Americans, right? You said you don't want to say lost. You want to say they're at a disadvantage because we don't know our heritage, right? Well, I'm telling you my heritage, and you're not believing it. So who has the problem, me or you?
No. I'm saying, yeah, that you don't know it far back enough to actually know where in Africa you're from, and that's the disadvantage.
How is that a disadvantage? What about German people?
It's the disadvantage, yeah, because you see, like, when you're in a country sometimes, yeah, where you can feel ostracized or you can feel like, you know,
I don't feel like that in America. It's my home.
Okay, cool, well,
You feel like that because you're in somebody else's home. I don't feel like that.
to be honest with you, yeah, I feel like you don't feel like that more than I feel like that here. You see, anytime you see...
Where are you basing that from?
I'm going to tell you in a minute. See, anytime, because I'm also asking other things, I'm not getting to answer the first thing. If I do feel like that, yeah, I can just go back to Congo whenever I'm ready. Do you know what I'm saying to you?
So why you not in Congo?
Sad for you. I was just there. I had to come back and handle business. You're making me repeat myself.
Yeah, but why you not handling business in Congo?
I just did when I was there. You're making me repeat myself. The point I'm making is I feel sad for you, though, because you ain't got nowhere to go back to. That's what I was saying.
We have the country that you're cosplaying. What are you talking about? You're literally cosplaying. You're a true patriot at this moment. You look like a true American at this moment. Let's be honest. With the representation, let me
Congo.
Yeah.
I like this.
Come on. Hold on. You got the name of a Congo basketball player on that wacky shirt, correct? Right? Do you know who made it popular to wear NBA jerseys outside as fashion?
But it's the thing.
I'm asking you a question. Do you know? Yes or no?
This is the problem with you.
Deviating.
No, I'm going to ask you. You're always worried about the wrong thing.
No, I'm worried. You're not listening.
Listen, I don't
Deviating.
I don't care who made it and who made it popular. This is what I know. Yeah, the basketballer that's from my country went over there. Yeah, he won hella championships. He was the best defense player for time. He came back to my country. He built hospitals. He done bad things. So guess what?
And who made the NBA popular?
Wait. I think probably some hella rich white man. But the
what?
Who runs the NBA? It's not you, lot.
Who made the NBA popular? What? Michael Jordan owns a piece of the Charlotte Hornets. What are you talking about?
He does now.
Come on. Who made the NBA popular?
Listen, who made the NBA the most money?
Who changed? Who changed? Like, this is lack of education.
Black people, see, this is what it looks like sometimes. You see, when black people get like a little piece of something, yeah,
a little piece.
So let me explain myself here. See, when black people sometimes get a little piece of something,
a piece of what?
They might run with it. I'm gonna explain it if you let me talk. They're gonna run with it and don't actually understand the big picture.
Narratives without any continuity.
I feel like, yeah, like the powers that be, like I said, yeah, don't really love black people, and I feel like it's the same in America, and I feel like it's worse than they're happy. As long as you make a free live, as long as you make a touchdown, as long as you're
That's not true.
That's how I feel.
Yeah, but you've been to Atlanta. You've been to Atlanta. Atlanta's full of black. What are you talking about? This is what I'm saying. Hold on. This is what I'm saying. You're so institutionalized and colonized. You don't know what you're talking about. You're watching too much. Hold on. I'll let you speak. You so institutionalized and colonized mentally because you went to the UK when you was 10 years old. So that means you went to school here and you was institutionalized with their reality. Cool.
I only went to school here, but
that's even worse. So that's even worse.
It's not worse.
Proves that you don't have the knowledge. You don't know what you're talking about. That's not how America is.
Just because you didn't go to school, that means you don't have knowledge. That's stupid.
You knowledge about other countries. You don't know. You lived in America?
No.
Huh?
No, I ain't lived in America, but I've been there.
Where you been at?
I went Vegas.
That's... Come on! That's in bad. Vegas?
Yeah, well, I went to party. The fuck? I'm going on holiday. I'm going to party.
How long you in Vegas? Are we? You didn't even go to America. You know nothing about our culture. The only thing you do is watch on TV and listen to music and stuff like that.
You don't know nothing about our culture.
We don't talk about Africa. You're not relevant to us.
Listen. Whether we're relevant to you or not, that's great.
You listen, I'm gonna show you something. Let me tell you something.
Yeah.
I was in the UK. No, it's not sad. You guys have a history of slave selling. You guys have a history of RSSA. You guys have a history of a whole bunch of stuff. Everybody, when they talk about Africa, they always go back to H&G.
And the recent news that's going on with Congo is that they are under a U.S. sanction for 3 terror financiers from South Africa, DR, Congo. Let's listen to this real quick.
And staying with the United States has announced sanctions against 2 individuals in South Africa and 1 from the Democratic Republic of Congo. Now, these individuals are allegedly associated with the expanded activities of the Islamic State of Iraq and Syria and in the African continent, in fact. The statement said that these individuals serve as key financiers and trusted operatives, enabling the activities of ISIS and its leaders across Central, Eastern, and Southern Africa. It said that they also serve as critical links between far-flung ISIS operations, including ISIS affiliates in the DRC, Mozambique, Somalia, and ISIS cells in South Africa. The The US named Abu Bakr Swaleh as a South Africa and Zambia-based ISIS operative and said he is involved in the physical transfer of funds from South Africa to the DRC. Additionally, it also said Muhammad Ali Niklavubo, a DRC-based ISIS commander, relies on Swaleh to move funds and recruit members for ISIS's DRC affiliate. This action is taken as part of the United States' commitment to the mission of the Counter-ISIS Financing Group, which is a CIFG. CIFG is a working group of the Global Coalition to Defeat ISIS, which includes over 80 countries and international organizations. For more on this, our correspondent, Calvin Ongmu, has sent us this report. Listen in.
The United States has said that South Africa is used as base to finance ISIS activities in the Democratic Republic of Congo. This is worrisome for Pretoria as it raises concern that the country is harboring terrorists. Experts say US might have credible evidence and they might have spoken to South African authorities as well. Because normally in a situation like this, both counterparts exchange information. This is the second time US has sanctioned individuals based in South Africa over alleged Islamic State links. Experts say South Africa has done a lot to combat terrorist activities, especially after 2022, but clearly it hasn't done enough. And this comes as the country is still struggling to get off the Financial Action Task Force's grey list because of its failures to combat money laundering and terrorist financing. South African authorities are yet to respond to the US statement. This is Calvin Ongmu from Johannesburg, South Africa, for We On World is One.
For all the latest news,
Again, they have a lot of stuff that they can be talking about. The guy from Congolese. But he wants to argue with us about our status, our standing, our Americanness. Are we legit? Again, trying to knock us down a peg or two, trying to make us feel insecure. This is what they're all in on doing. This is what I have witnessed on different platforms. If you're not kissing the ass of Africans, they say there's something wrong with you. They don't respect us unless you're kissing their ass. That is what I've observed. That's my point of view.
Egypt and talk about, oh, King Tut and Aphrodite and all these different, not Aphrodite, but you know what I mean. All these different people, but y'all don't talk about the history that you have now. Y'all was...
Get in, loser. We're going shopping.
Meat coming through.
I like infected her.
I don't like them seeing these fuckers.
Welcome to Tap the News.
Is that a Greek restaurant?
Now my phone wanted to stick. The hell? Hold on.
Y'all don't talk about the history that you have now. Y'all was selling slaves, bro. Y'all don't got no type of respect in this. And when it comes down to the continent of Africa, all these melanated people, you never stood on business. Majority of all your countries is dominated by other people. And just now, they just pushed out France into one of y'all countries. Just now. So when you sit there and talk about it, look at Black Americans. We put this shit on our back. We got people who sacrifice their lives. The only reason you have opportunities to do the stuff that you're doing now is because of the back of Black Americans. That's the only reason.
That's not the truth, though.
So what's the truth?
That's the truth for Black people in America.
No, in the UK. I'm gonna say this. I know the whole UK and the majority of Africans don't think like this, and that's cool. But it's sad to see somebody come here and tell me that the reason that you have majority of these opportunities that you have is not because you're
talking about that I have that Black American fruitful. I don't understand.
What?
Like, I don't understand.
The right to not be judged by the color of your skin, but the continuity of your character. You think Black people don't get judged by the color of their skin till today? You're crazy. Is it acceptable?
Are you Black?
Is it socially acceptable?
Like, you can't be Black and saying this.
What?
You can't be Black and saying this.
First of all,
so you don't feel like Black people get treated different than other people.
What is being Black to you? That's a good question. What is being Black to you? Because we obviously have two different perspectives.
Your color?
You think being Black is just your color of your skin? Come on, bro. Like, you're not even educated on what it is to be Black. And you sitting here trying to educate me. I mean, it's the culture, it's music, it's the food, it's the upbringing, it's everything.
We've got different culture.
Yeah, but that's the difference.
The New York Black people,
hold on.
To the down south Black people got the same culture.
Hold on. The difference between... Hold on. The difference is you guys always identify by your tribe. You're Congolese, right? Oh, it's Zaire, right? You're from Zaire, right? thing. All right, when civil rights was happening and racist things were happening, you guys did not want to be called a Negro. You was not wanted to be called a black person. You said, I'm African, I'm not Negro, I'm not this. So we said, okay, we black. That's in our history.
Can you prove it? I know. Was you there?
I can prove that.
Was you in Africa?
We can prove that.
Was you in Africa when there was a bunch of African people going, no, please don't call me nigger. Call me. Was you there?
I got Twitter videos I can pull up right now on it. Matter of fact, I'll pull up a 20 video right now. Check it out.
When there's an African person in Africa all them years ago when you wasn't born.
No, I got an African person now. I can pull up an African person now.
But you said that years ago. You're jumping and changing subject. You said years ago.
So are you discrediting this simple word to mouth? Are you discrediting this simple knowledge? Actually, we got videos back then as well. We can pull that up as well. Are you discrediting that didn't happen?
That what did happen?
That Africans and Jamaicans did not want to associate themselves with being a black American. Are you saying that?
Why would you say we're black American? I don't even think black American's a thing. You're black.
Wow, that's crazy. That's crazy. That's crazy.
You know what I mean? I don't even think black British is a thing. You know what I mean?
He doesn't think a black American is a thing. This is what I'm talking about, why we need to delineate. That's why we need to make our own identity. That's why we have to separate from the immigrants. We cannot allow ourselves to be lost and erased. People figure that we're absolutely nothing. We're a puddle of nothing. And this is the attitude of Africans. They keep displaying this over and over again. They really look at us as slaves. They look at us nothing, like we don't count. We don't matter. This is what's going on. And this is why they always scapegoat us when they have major issues in their own country that they refuse to acknowledge. They want to talk about as being all great while they're not there. They want to say we need to go to Africa to connect to our roots, knowing it's dangerous, knowing it's a scamville. And they're trying to get us to go. And I'm saying no, thank you. Let me see what you guys have been saying in the chat room. Thank y'all all for appearing. What's up, Sheena? What's up, African Goddess? What's up, T. Kill Turner? And everybody that I haven't read off yet. I'm trying to figure out where I was last. You said, what is a tribe? A tribe is a group of people that have the same bloodline, the same traditions, customs, rituals, religion. They share the same beliefs. They serve the same God. They eat the same food. They belong to that particular tribe that's unique from other types of tribes, because there would not be a need for another tribe if other tribes weren't unique in their own way in its own self. So I guess it's a way of identification of a people that do a certain thing in a way. Four Rivers says the African man is only part to blame here. His belief about the indigenous Black American history is due to the misinformation being taught. Indigenous Black Americans will have to accept themselves as Americans. That's what I say. That's facts, Four Rivers. War says tribe is not nationality. Okay. Dat Boy said no, when it comes to being Black, it is where you're from. I think it's more than that, but it's also being used in a very, oops, I'm sorry, I made a mistake and deleted. Hold on. How do I change that? I made a mistake and accidentally hit your button by accident. I hope I corrected after a minute. I tried to time you out for a minute. I made a mistake. Sorry about that. New York was named after Anglo person. Sheena says this guy in the blue had me fuming with his ignorance. Warwick says Africa was named after Leo Africanus myth. Who knew? Who knows? Warwick says Africa, America. Dat Boy Vader says, Warwick, what the F are you talking about? For River says, Warris, it's true that tribes are not countries. Many tribes did exist way before the countries were officially formed. That is part of the problem in Nigeria and why they don't unify. Buck 'em up tyrants, dat boy Vader. Why? Let me see. What did you say? It's just a complexion. I hope that you're going to come back. It's just a complexion because I made a mistake. I'm trying to. What can I do? Well, that was you that did that. Try not to time anybody out or block nobody if they're just saying their own opinion. Only if they're being rude or saying stuff sexually is the only reason why, or if they're just saying dumb stuff to try to distract, then get rid of them. Other than that, I want different people to be in the chat room. Gold Crown says, when I was a kid, Black Americans would say, I'm just black. The widespread knowledge of self wasn't common to the point every day people call themselves specifically Black American. Malachi says that's not a matter for blacks in America to worry about what people think about blacks in America. We can pan Africa or any other part of the earth. The world is our home. You must be a Pan-African. I just think that everything evolves around America. Come what may, good or bad, everything evolves around America. And I so happen and am an American. So, Sheena, not even DNA. That boy says, see all the global citizen-ish. That's that Pan-African talk. Gold Crown says, Jamaican said, no, don't call me nigga decades ago. Mike, good point. We all citizens of the planet Earth. Damaja says, Dawaji, if any African started with slavery, there's no excuse for that. They need to be feeling some type of shame about it. But a lot of them are prideful about the slave trade. And then they wonder why Africa is in such a disarray and continues to be feasted upon. You guys have never shown respect for your own people. You always have discarded and dismissed and degraded people. And now you are in need of those people. And it's very unfortunate because those people don't necessarily need or want you. And that's the situation that it is in with trying to associate with Africans, because a lot of us can't trust you because of the same mindset that you still harbor, especially if you have pride about what you did back when. How in God's green earth can we want to associate with people like that? Bucking up tyrants, I think we should stop looking for differences in what makes us great together. We have to look at the differences, buck them up, or you might end up a slave again. You start trusting people and looking at people as being the same. You hear all these cases of modern day slavery, forced labor, human parts being taken for money and harvested. You better understand this world is still fucked up. There ain't no goodness all around. There ain't a whole host of good people everywhere. You got to get that out of your mind. Dat boy says not everybody's a citizen of America. For River says, Sheena, exactly. In the mindset of indigenous Black Americans are very different than many Africans. Exactly. No reparations are on the line. Ain't no unity. The reason why is because there's jealousy. This money was due to us a long time ago. 40 acres and a mule. And suddenly Africans and Caribbeans and everybody want in on it. They just won't let us have what's deserving to us because they want to take. And then y'all wonder why we don't trust y'all. Because you're not trustworthy. Buck 'em up, tyrants. Being a citizen isn't a good thing. State nationals are on the land and not part of the federal government system. For River says that boy Vader, yes, slavery is basically an African mindset and culture. I don't know if it is originally started the way it developed into, but I believe it is still there. Yeah, it's definitely there. Modern day slavery is still a hot commodity, and nothing has really changed. So when people say, "Oh, slavery was so long ago," it's over now. We can unify. We forgive and forget. It's going on right now. So what are these people talking about? So now let me get to something that I found a little bit funny with Tariq Nasheed talking to a guy that is from East India, trying to declare that we are cousins. Let me make sure I'm on the right timestamp. Hold on. All right, here we go. If you guys could, please like and share the video. I would greatly appreciate it. This is a little bit of humor. This is Tariq Nasheed talking to an East Indian. Again, this notion that Kamala Harris is black when she's Indian. Just because you have black skin like that does not make you African. He's actually an East Indian.
It's a myth. It's non-existent because in the jails, when shit pop off, the Mexicans always link up with the white boys, and the Mexicans and the white people, they go against the black people, even though the blacks got the lowest numbers.
Oh yeah. That's always been like that. Yeah, they've been like that. I always used to talk. We clicked in the white supremacist groups. Let's get our black magic. What's your name, brother? Your black magic.
Yes, Tariq. How you doing, Tariq?
I'm good. How are you, brother?
I'm fine, thank you. Tariq, I want to know, this concern...
Is this Devin?
Who's Devin?
Okay, you sound like another Tevin, but go ahead. It's another Tevin.
No, I'm not. Now, you know me now. I want to talk about Kamala Harris. Tariq, is it you kind of hating on her so that you get recognition and they'll give you a bag or something?
Okay, why do y'all Tevins always have some weird scam y'all trying to project on us?
No, it looks like that now. It looks like that. If Kamala gives you $1 million, will you support her now?
He's laughing about it though, but he's thinking about it. I think Tariq Nasheed has a number and he would flip. He's a flip-flopper. Listen to him.
You're laughing. That's the truth now.
Yeah, if Kamala give me $1 million, I might support her. Yeah, I might support her.
He might support her. That lets you know that he has no integrity, y'all. It's all about the bag. He told him on himself. It's all about the bag. There ain't no reason to be voting for no damn Kamala Harris.
$1 million. I'll wear a Kamala shirt.
Yeah. So the essence of your space of criticizing her means that you want to get her attention, the Republican Party's attention, so they cut you a bag?
No, that's some kind of weird tender scam that you guys have. Y'all always got some real illogical scams. That's not. I don't want no bag. They're not going to give me a bag.
I'm not talking about scam. You're a businessman yourself. So
about I don't like her policies. Or why should I like her? Let me ask you that. Why should I like Kamala Harris?
No, you have reasons, your own reasons why you don't like her. You said she's not done anything for the FBA community.
Dudu Tunde, slow down. if you say it's for a bag.
My name is not Dudu Tunde.
Okay, Dudu Tunde, hold on. Why should I support Kamala Harris?
Let's make history together, Tariq.
Okay. Why should I support Kamala Harris?
You should support Kamala Harris because she's about to make history to become the first Black Indian female president of the United States of America.
Well, that's a lot of damn ethnicities there.
No, it's not them.
The first Black Indian. What the hell is that?
Well, we Black. Okay, people say Kamala Harris is Black. You said she's not Black. She's Indian.
Right.
Do you know Indians are our cousins?
Nigga.
They are Black.
Man.
There are Black Indians that are being criticized and being racially abused in India.
Dude, they don't do. Well, listen, you're over there. You're from Nigeria and Ghana and I mean over there in West Africa. Dude, Gandhi crapped on African people when he was in Africa. That whole anti-blackness is so deep from the East Indians. These are not our damn cousins.
No, Gandhi is actually from the white side of India, if you know what I mean.
But Gandhi was a dark-skinned Indian, just like a lot of them. We got Dinesh D'Souza and Vivek over here talking crazy. What cousins? These people don't identify with us like that. Are you insane?
Okay, Tariq. Your group, your spaces, the title on your spaces is always about Kamala Harris, but you don't have any topic on Trump.
Slow down. No, we're talking about Kamala's ass and the East Indians. I've been over there to Africa in some of those countries, and I see the East Indians over there. They're the merchant class. They're running the businesses over there and living in nice neighborhoods, and y'all over there in the shanty towns. Is that your cousin? Huh? Dudu Tunde, are you here, sir? You're not muted. Dudu Tunde, you here?
I'm here. What you're saying Africa, what you're talking about is South Africa.
And Zimbabwe, all them over in Zimbabwe too.
Yes, Zimbabwe was like an apartheid country with South Africa. So there's still white people there, and they are being oppressed there because the whites live in luxury while the blacks live poorly over there. So you shouldn't just generalize everything together.
Okay,
you understand?
So you're some more.
Now let me show y'all the latest. A new tourist site in Ghana. They cannot get away from the notion of slavery. So they have now a market, a Salaja slave market heritage site. You cannot make this shit up. They have no respect for us other than talking about slavery. Again, looking at us as slaves. It is so repulsive. I would never want to be seen in Ghana. But this is what they do to try to get our tourist money, talking about a slave market, y'all. Come on.
And heritage sites. This may not be new. This is just a renovated place. And this is actually located in the Savannah region of Ghana. Previously, Salaja used to be part of Northern region, but now it's now Savannah region. And I've been there a couple of years ago with an African American who wanted to explore Ghana other than just Greater Accra. So I took the lady there, showed her the Salaja slave market, took her to the heritage sites, took her to the west as well. So the place didn't look good. It was uninviting, not good at all. I made a video about that, and I told that this needs to be worked on in order to get a lot of revenue and make the place attractive for people to visit.
Yeah, they want your revenue so you can be emotional over some damn slave trade, and they benefit off of degrading demoralizing your ancestors, then you can take your dumb ass, your crash dummy back ass, back to the same place where they demoralized supposedly ancestors of old and pay them money to look at dingy ass markets, dingy ass dungeons. These people are primitive. They are not of God, not of my God. I don't know what the fuck is wrong with these people. But they seem to think that slave talk is what we want to hear. It's ridiculous.
So today I am here to react to a video about the renovated place in Salaga, and I'm really excited. I want us to actually watch the video to see how the place has been turned to. And I know while I was talking, I was showing you the previous place. So now you get to see the fresh place. You're welcome to the Salaga Slave Market and Heritage Sites. You can see how ultra-modern they've actually built it, very nice gated. And this is actually the market, the slave market. This didn't used to be like this, so yeah, this is now commissioned and such a beautiful edifice and a lot of write-ups just to give you the memory. And there's a lot of speeches that were given on that day and that ceremony. So it's such a beautiful site that I think it was well made. And when you go to
a beautiful site, huh? This is a beautiful site. People that look like they about to be lined up and chained back on the boats as slaves. This is a beautiful sight. What the fuck is he talking about, y'all? Y'all want to fuck around with these people? This is what y'all want to do? This is so disrespectful to me right here.
That is where you saw people were seated inside. So that place, you have the tools, and you have the elders seated here, and you have a lot of tools, weapons that they were used by the masters or the slaves, tie them like that, and they used to transport people from.
Yeah, I want to see this. Hallelujah. Yeah, this would make me feel so much better. Oh, I want to salute my ancestors. These motherfuckers are wicked. There ain't no way around it. This shit is wicked. I don't give a shit how you try to clean it up. It's wicked. Do you feel me? Would you want to come see this shit? Pay to look at this shit? Relive this shit? Only motherfucking Africans decide to do some bullshit like that as if it's a profitable venture for them to have us do. They have no empathy or sympathy for us. This shit right here is sick.
Different places. Yeah, when we went there, according to the narration that were given us, slaves were bought from different countries and transported into Ghana and were kept at the Salaga slave market. So that should tell you that it's not only in the Great Accra that you have slave dungeon, or in the Cape Coast Castle that you have slave dungeon. You have it at other parts of the country that slaves were kept and transported to other regions in the country.
And this is supposed to just be something that you are so giddy about. You're supposed to be giddy about this. My God, God shows you what you need to know, y'all. He shows you how motherfuckers don't give a damn about you. He shows you how fucking disrespectful they'll get and get your fucking money. Unfucking real. I have been holding on to this video for a few days. I said, how am I going to fit this motherfucking video in? Well, right about now, showing you the disrespect of Ghana. Disrespect. More money they want to get with showing vile shit of slavery.
And also transported to, the foreign land. So you can see how, wicked and inhumane treatment that were given to our ancestors. And it is something that every African needs to have in his mind, even in the 21st century. When you are dealing with anyone, you should have this in your mind, because that will give you an idea of how you should handle situations whenever.
Yeah, I'm supposed to feel so happy and prideful. And then these motherfuckers turn around and talk about, y'all ain't got no pride in being African. Bitch, how? Bitch, how? Y'all got pride in this shit, though. Look at the pride in his heart. Look at him with a smirk on his face. There ain't no pride pertaining to Africa. Nilch. The only pride that I have is that my one ancestor survived, if that one ancestor was a part of the slave trade, because there ain't no proof. And I am the embodiment of that survival of that ancestor through me. Other than that, there is nothing prideful about Africa. Sorry to tell you and break the news, but he has a smirk on his face. Look at him. Look at him closely. He got a smart little smirk. He is ever so peace with it. He is happy about this. This is prideful to him. It's not prideful to me. I'm sorry. I would never spend no fucking money. I would never go fly my ass over there. I would never subject myself to this stupidity. But look, I'm smiling. We got a new salvage slave market that you guys can come visit alongside of the dungeons. And we show you all the chains and all the things that we bought for slaves and whatnot. And have a good time, y'all. Have a good time, y'all.
Arise, and you also be given, or you have the idea on how not to allow yourself to be used like how your ancestors were used in 21st century. But there's something, a similar type of it happening currently. Self-awareness and identity is key. Before we end the video, one thing I want to say is that this is a very good initiative that they have actually done. However, there's a lot of work.
A very good initiative, he says. For who? Who's this a good initiative for? Not me. What the fuck are you talking about? I ain't gonna be your crash dummy. People that go and will look at something like that are mere crash dummies. I'm not a crash dummy. There ain't no fucking way I would give them the satisfaction of going to relive that for my ancestor. My ancestor wants me to know that I'm a survivor, an overcomer, not a slave. She sacrificed so that I could be an overcomer, not a slave. And they want you to go back to the mentality of being a slave, because that's the way that they can control you better. That's the way that they can manipulate you better, treat you like a slave, and get you lined up like sheep. Ain't no fucking way I would let them do me like that. Y'all better wake the fuck up.
That needs to be done. But that doesn't mean that we should appreciate what they've done. I went there a few years ago and I was really saddened. But looking at this is a very life-turning and life-changing something they have done. You understand? But the problem I have with this is the route. The route to Salaga needs to be fixed. The route. If you build a tourist center and you make it very nice, the most important thing about it is for it to be able to operate, maintain itself without the government always pouring money into it. So how do they get people to actually attend to this place if they don't have good roads? That needs to be fixed. And I will share with you the locations and the angles which I'm talking about the roads. Let's continue. So you see people seated on the grounds, chained.
And that's what you're gonna go pay for to go look at. Fuck, I need a break. I need a break before I get triggered. Yes, Lord. Let me talk to y'all for a little bit. That is so insensitive to me. I really feel like they should have a party where they are demolition this type of stuff. The shit should be demolitioned. The dungeons and all that stuff should have been blasted to smithereens. And then left a wall where people can sign on if they had an ancestor that actually came through that situation. There should not be no celebrating of looking at it, touching it, smelling it, feeling it, getting you in the mindset that you're a slave to. It's some sick shit that they do. That is some sick witchcraft shit that they're doing. Unfucking real. Let me go back up. I don't see nothing beneficial at looking at nothing at that, other than anger and the fact that they are so disrespectful. I'm gonna go back up. I'm gonna skip your first comment, Dewali Finney, because you didn't make the grade. Raw W, crazy how you could have said that originally instead of adding in that last part, huh? I don't know what you meant by the last part, but whatever I said, it comes from the heart, and it meant what I meant. G says, African goddess, you just proved my point about Nigeria. Plus, that is your lack of knowledge about Somalia, even though you live and share the continent. Yeah, jealousy is real on the African side. I have no reason to be jealous of Africans. I'm not associated with any of them. So how can I be jealous? I don't talk about Africans until they talk about me. And they have talked about me such a long time before I even bothered. So where is the jealousy? Ray W says, I said I strolled back up and read for context so I can have that context for River. Just give me a minute. No, there will be Trump 2024. Kamala is for crash dummies. Are you a crash dummy? Monique says we have to just use our brains. Exactly. For River says, so you started off here offending me, but have not even read my comments. LOL, you must be bored. For Black, you said it's not of God. It's true. Monique says it's not of God. It's not of God. You bring people back to a place where you say their ancestors have been demoralized, stripped, left for dead. And you want to go show as close as you can what it looked like and felt like for us and have us pay for that. That's some wicked shit right there. There ain't nothing about it you can explain to me that makes sense about it. No way. Wow. Bucking Up Tyrant says, Four Rivers thinks, can anyone let me know where it is on my phone, the like button? All you have to do is hit the three little dots. For some reason, You have to hit the 3 little dots at the right-hand corner, and then you'll be able to hit the like. I would really appreciate if you did. And anyone listening, if you have not, please hit the 3 dots, and then it will open it up to where you can hit a like. And I would like you also to share and subscribe to my channel. This is not Islamophobic, by the way. I'm just pointing out the truth. I'm pointing out what an indigenous Black American would feel like, feels like, in all regards pertaining to who we are, in all regards to how others treat us or receive us or try to interact with us. You're getting the real. African Goddess says Ghana's tourist industry is built on Black Americans coming to see historical sites. This trend is likely to spread to other West African countries. Senegal is similar. But African Goddess, it is wicked and disrespectful and disgraceful, especially when modern day slavery is still going on. Forced labor is still going on. Human trafficking is still going on. It's a little bit too close for comfort. And it's, like I say, in my opinion, all those sites need to be demolitioned, torn to smithereens. And a wall where people can go and sign their ancestors' name if they knew it, while the beach is looked upon. Keeping dungeons as is, finding people in chains and this type of stuff is nothing about it a blessing, and nothing about it is of God. Whoever devised that is from his father, Satan. And anyone that believes that shit is cute, you're of that father, Satan. San Moore says, an African nurse denied care to my dying father when he was wet. Wow, I am afraid of these people to care for our people. They don't have the same compassion in their hearts like the foundational Blacks. Wow, I'm sorry to hear that. Sandmoors. Clearly see tourists we are not visiting there would not be a market for this type of tourism. He said clearly see tourists we not visiting there. We would not be the market for this. But they targeting us, African Goddess. They're targeting the silly little Black Americans to go look at that, pay money for that, get tormented by that, get broken down to the minuscule of a slave, and then they can have access to your money. Easy. Once you broken down to nothing, looking at that stuff, traumatized. Oh, we need investments. Oh, you can invest in here, and you can invest over there. Oh, you can build this. Oh, you want to rent that. Oh, you want citizenship? All we need is a few $1,000s towards this. You see how they playing us? I see you. I see all you wicked ass motherfuckers. All of you. Gold Crown says they selling people. I thought it was a museum. Man, it's a matter of time before the old days return. They have not changed nothing from when it was back when. They ready on go. They have not blown that shit to smithereens. They ready on go. You would never catch me in West Africa under no circumstance. Y'all are some disrespectful ass motherfuckers. Ray W says, I'm confused here. American invented chattel slavery. American didn't invent it. The white folks invented it. Towards the people that had to be enslaved. And there were people already in America that were misclassified and made over into slaves, mulattoes, colored, all these other things. Our history is very, very different, but slavery was a real phenomenon. and to play as if it's a cute little thing to play with and marvel about. It's nothing but witchcraft, y'all. That's witchcraft, what they're doing. They're trying to break your mind down. Yeah, we done with slave history. This ain't the math. Exactly, dartboard. They're like, what are they thinking about? Monarch says, sin more correct. Ray W says, what's the topic being discussed? There seems to be a micro conversation happening here. You'll catch it. Sorry you had that terrible experience to Sandmore. Yeah, I'm sorry too. Sorry to hear it. Yes, it's sinister. What benefit is it for us to see slavery in a rawest form? What is the benefit other than to break you down and remind you you're nothing more than that? Nice try. You're nothing more than that. And then right after that, after you're broken down, can you imagine crying, trembling, feeling all these anger? I would feel just anger. I would not be trembling. I would not be crying. I would be angry. I'd be wanting to hit somebody. That's how I would be feeling. But many others would feel trembled, disheveled, broken down to like a baby, a little kid. And then it's so easy to slide in talking about money. That's why you know they're scam artists. Because while you're down at your very, very least, your very, very worst, they slide in. You know, we have some prospect for investment for you guys to help out the motherland. Come over here to our office now. We can discuss why these people are not even together in their right mind. And they go follow them somewhere talking about these prospects, these investments. Oh, I can just see it now. Oh, it's wicked. Oh my God, it's wicked. Oh, they doing y'all dirty. The plantation I visited in Louisiana 2 weeks ago wasn't even this bad. See, that's crazy. Many Chinese are in Africa taking over and building infrastructure. Ghana announced a white man and Chinese man as chiefs in Ghana. The Lebanese are also taking over many parts of Africa as well. Oh, they're taking over and they're trying to bankrupt us, though. That's what they're trying to do. While all these bad things are happening to Africa, their saving grace is taking advantage of us and bankrupting us. So they're getting their get back to us. And we foolishly is going over there like, yay. They gouging the fuck out of us. It is unbelievable. I cannot believe they have a so-called market. I am still stuck. Oh, you know what? There is something I wanted to read to y'all pertaining to Ghana. Where are you at? They intend to have Ghana. It says a Ghana card is a national identity card issued by the National Identification Authority, NIA, to Ghanaian citizens and eligible foreigners. It serves as proof of identity, citizenship, and residency, and is mandatory for many transactions in Ghana. The card can also be used as an optional travel document for Ghanaian passengers and dual nationals returning to Ghana. They want so very much to get access to your information somehow and have you do dealings in business so that they got your money in their system and your card information and all those things. They are nothing nice. Y'all watch them. I keep telling you, watch them. You said Africa is a continent with 50 states. Ghana is just one nation in Africa and is not the whole of Africa. Of course, it's not the whole, but they busy, very busy with other colonizers working behind the scenes doing a whole lot of stuff. G says the Chinese built an airport in Kenya and the language was in Chinese Mandarin. They want to sell the profit off of our pain. That's exactly what they're doing. And I find it very, very disrespectful. Very. There's nothing about that cool. Ray W says, can we be honest here? Africa started deteriorating when many countries were colonized. Whose fault was it? Not ours. Africa thought that they could hang with the best of them. Thought that they were on the same team selling out their own. And then they got backstabbed. They didn't see nothing coming. And they weren't able to get like the others got. And that's what they've been upset about all this time. Oh, you had slaves and y'all made an empire. And y'all have structures and y'all have businesses and y'all have production and manufacturing from all the slavery that you had. They look at us as those people that they need to do what we did before. That's how they look at us. They don't look at us as people wanting to be benefited and they're sorry about what they did to us. I need to understand. They're not sorry. You can say sorry, but you don't mean it. What's up, Miss D? Thank you for coming through. Four Rivers says slavery started in Africa. It said that first it was indentured service in order for people to survive, but then forced labor. Slavery became the method. And they had it so wrapped up tight before the white people even got there. They were already wrapped up tight with the Arabs, the Portuguese. They already had business going on for centuries before the white people showed up. And then they turn around and try to make it be about the whites did it. Not to say the whites are off the hook, because what they did to our people and how they treated us during the duration of being in America, inhumane and whatnot, they hold that weight on its own. But we cannot exclude what the Africans have done. And now they want us to feel sorry for what they're going through. It's pretty crazy to me to even fathom. You see that? Shaking my head. Sheena says, stop with the tired talking point, Miss D says. Bucking up tyrants. This is the first time finding your channel. I started commenting without knowing what you're about, so my comments weren't aligned with your content, but I agree with what you're saying and doing. You'll catch up to me. I'm taking my time talking now. African Goddess says, Lebanese have been in Africa for a long time. Many hold African passports. Yeah, so many other people in Africa are doing swell. And these Africans are not upset about what all other groups of people are doing over there in Africa. They're just jealous of what Black Americans or Jamaicans or UKs or whatever other so-called melanated come to Africa, they get jealous and they want to target and they want to consume and take away what that person has. And they have games and they have gimmicks. All that stuff has been exposed. They don't do that shit to the Lebanese and the Chinese and Russians and whoever else, the Boers and all these other types. They leave them clearly free. Ghana needs to be truly ashamed. They pretend like they are sorry for their part in selling our ancestors' pride at making. No, they're very prideful. It was the dude that apologized was drunk out of his mind. Let me see if I can find that video. He was drunk out of his mind. He did not mean it. He probably wasn't even a real chief. He probably was one of those jester types. He did not mean it. And again, they are prideful behind what they did. They feel like they conquered people. So how can you be apologizing if you feel prideful about conquering people? It doesn't mesh up. It doesn't mesh up. They lied, in other words. Listen to this clown. Drunk. Mind you, drunk. Trying to show the shorter version of him. But he didn't mean it. And they don't mean it. And they think that we're dumb enough just to hear sorry.
Sounds exhausting, too.
We are very privileged to be with you, particularly our brothers and sisters from the Caribbeans and the diaspora. And the people from all over Africa, our brothers and sisters from all over Africa. I wish at this point to particularly to apologize deeply on behalf of the chiefs and people of Gold Coast and Ghana for the atrocities, the cruelty, the inhuman treatment that were committed 400 years ago by my ancestors during the Atlantic slave trade, where over 400 years ago, millions of our brothers and sisters were captured, sold, and transported under inhumane and cruel circumstances through Elmina Castle across to the Caribbeans and to the New World. On behalf of the chiefs and people of Ghana, I do render unqualified apology, deep from the bottom of our hearts. Deep from our bottom of our hearts. But one thing that I want you to be aware of, it was not without resistance. Some of our chiefs did fought and resisted. Some of our people did fought and resisted. But we are fighting a losing battle against a stronger army. People with guns, and we had no guns. They deceived us with liquor and all other.
And he's drunk right here, y'all. You cannot make this shit up.
Temptations. Whatever the circumstances that led us to us, we stand here to render apology. And it's my wish and prayer that this apology is accepted. It's accepted deep by our brothers and sisters from the diaspora. May the blood of Jesus assist us to overcome that evil, that never again should be witnessed.
Never again should be a witness, so you shouldn't be showcasing dungeons and markets for slave trade. Should not be a reminder of any of that. But yet they do it because they want to make money off of our pain. Nobody respects us as human beings. They want to make money off of our fucking pain and capitalize off of our fucking pain and us being confused and some of y'all being lost, getting played.
Cruelty, this inhuman cruelty of man to man in this country. I thank you. And once again, on behalf of the chiefs and people of Ghana, we do render this apology. And I ask my colleague to add a few words to what I've said to you. And it's my wish and prayer that in the name of the blood of Jesus, you do accept our apology.
I don't. Sorry. So a lot of people, when they look at Black Americans, they like to reminisce over a better time when we were family orientated, when we were of God. We have really changed in a lot of ways. Not all of us, but the part that's really hyphenated, the part that's shown on the media all the time, the ratchetness, the ghetto-ness, the recklessness, gang banging, unnecessarily a lot of deaths, and a lot of kids that's made out of wedlock and whatnot. But here was a time when our culture didn't look like that. I want you guys to revisit where we were to understand how people look at us right now. And again, they look at us as marks right now. People that's not deserving of respect. We can go look at dungeons and slave medallions, and people have smirks on their face, and it's all cute as we look silly and cry and give up our money. It's fascinating. It says, okay, hold on, let me go back. Hold on. It says, spoken like a person with a Black immigrant background. Hip hop is Black American culture. So stop the nonsense and stop trying to steal our culture. People are trying to steal our culture. People are trying to dismiss and diminish who we are as a people. We have got to fight back.
Lately, we have been hearing a lot of people say that there is no such thing as Black American culture. Yet, these same people saying these things are the same people stealing Black American culture all over the world. Seeing so many of these discussions on the topic got me thinking about foundational Black American culture and how it has drastically changed over the years. Do you remember the time when Black culture was cool, hip, had a sense of racial pride, economic empowerment, consciousness? In other words, standing on business? When men were men and women were women? Kids laughing and playing on the playgrounds? Well, I do. Let's take a look at this cultural journey. The turn of the 20th century. During the time periods of the early 1900s to 1960s, Negro culture was conservative, builders of successful towns, religious, entrepreneurs, entertainers, and creative, fashion styles, music, poets, playwrights, etc. The first half of the 20th century shaped Negro Americans' identity and influence on the United States. In reaction to racist actions and laws in that period, Negro neighborhoods provided a sense of belonging, serving as a space not only to garner wealth, but also to celebrate Negro culture in a unique and authentic way. During this time, a Negro cultural identity began to emerge. In spite of dealing with the Jim Crow era, you had several successful, vibrant communities. Some of these Negro towns were Haiti Community in Durham, North Carolina, Jackson Ward in Richmond, Virginia, 4th Avenue District in Birmingham, Alabama, Boley in Oklahoma, Greenwood in Tulsa, Oklahoma, and Rosewood in Florida. Also around this time, the New Orleans jazz scene was starting to create a melting pot of cultures, rhythms, and creativity that was laying the foundation for a truly American art form. Some of the main players of the early stages of jazz were Charles Buddy Bolden, Edward Kid Ory, Joe Oliver, Louis Armstrong, and many others played a major role in establishing the music that is loved the world over. As jazz spread through the United States, more jazz greats like Billie Holiday, Duke Ellington, Count Basie became hot on the music scene. Along with the bustling towns, there was an extremely vibrant town in New York. You had the Harlem Renaissance, that was an intellectual and cultural revival of Negro American music, dance, art, fashion, literature, theater, politics, and scholarship. It centered in Harlem, Manhattan, New York City, spanning the 1920s and 1930s. It celebrated Negro creativity and identity. Here are some things that happened during the Harlem Renaissance period. Emerged after World War I, fueled by the great migration of Negro American workers from the Jim Crow South to urban areas in the Northeast and Midwest. Harlem became the final destination for many migrants seeking better opportunities. Cultural expression, literature, writers like Langston Hughes, Zora Neale Hurston, and Claude McKay explored Negro experiences and identity. Music, jazz, blues, and gospel flourished. Duke Ellington, Louis Armstrong, and Bessie Smith made significant contributions. Art. Visual artists like Aaron Douglas and Jacob Lawrence depicted Negro American life and history. Theater. The Lafayette Theater and Apollo Theater showcased Black talent. The Harlem Renaissance fostered a new Negro American cultural identity. It challenged stereotypes and contributed to mainstream recognition of Negro achievements. Although it officially ended in the mid-1930s, its influence persisted. By the 1940s, there was a new Negro company entering the scene. It was called Ebony Magazine. The first issue of Ebony Magazine, featuring profiles of writer Richard Wright and very talented virtuoso pianist, jazz singer Hazel Scott, and stories about Negro Americans in publishing, The Color Line in Brazil and A Sale of African Art in Philadelphia, is published on November 1st, 1945. The monthly magazine chronicles Negro life in America, including the fight for civil rights, and provides a forum for Negro Americans to reflect on and celebrate their own communities. Following its launch, Ebony became an immediate success. Founded only 2 months after the end of World War II, the magazine reflected Negro Americans' post-war determination to claim their rights as equal citizens. John H. Johnson, the founder of the magazine, wrote in 1975 that Ebony was founded to provide positive images for blacks in a world of negative images and non-images. It was founded to project all dimensions of the black personality in a world saturated with stereotypes. Ebony was Johnson's answer to Life magazine, but tailored for Negro Americans. In 1951, Johnson also founded the weekly news magazine, Jet. Ebony and Jet offered a vision of Negro middle-class life, which revolutionized American media, providing the first major outlets for Negro representation. The magazine also developed a deep connection to the civil rights movement. Ebony published a monthly column by Martin Luther King Jr. titled Advice for Living in 1957 and 1958. Throughout the 1950s and 1960s, both Ebony and Jet became trusted sources for news on the struggle against Jim Crow and anti-black discrimination. In 1955, Jet reported the story of the murder of 14-year-old Emmett Till, including disturbing photos of his open casket funeral. Outrage over Till's murder propelled the civil rights movement, including the Montgomery bus boycott later the same year. Ebony grew in popularity through the 1960s and 1970s. By the 1980s, the magazine was said to have reached more than 40% of black adults in the U.S. Corporations initially...
See, here was a time that we had a little bit more pride. We had our narratives understood. We had collectiveness. We had togetherness. And now it's all been lost, but this was a history that did happen. And I just wanted to showcase, you know, how it was before and how it should go back to being in the regard of us as indigenous Black Americans, understanding that we are Americans and we need to worry about ourselves here in America, unlike what Pan-Africans are trying to do against us, and us also West Africans and other Africans who are always at our affairs, talking to us about what we need to be doing when they have so many other things that they need to be worried about.
Reluctant to advertise in America.
Trying to make it work again. It's tripping right now. Hold on for a minute. Okay, I think it's fixed now. Wow. Unbelievable. Right when the truth is coming out, they want to shut me down.
In 1982, John H. Johnson earned a spot on the Forbes 400 list of wealthy Americans, the first Black man to do so. On the 75th anniversary of the magazine, LaRon P. Brooks of the Getty Research Institute wrote, "There is no more important archive of 20th century Negro American life and culture than Ebony." Like any other business, Ebony had its controversial moments that almost put the magazine out of business. Ebony magazine shook the cultural landscape by daring to depict a Black Jesus on its cover. The publication's bold move sparked controversy within the Black community, with some vehemently opposing this portrayal and even threatening to cancel their subscriptions. Ebony magazine was almost put out of business. Why? Because they published the March 1969 issue of Ebony magazine with the Black Jesus on the cover. They had the nerve to send Johnson Publishing Company some pictures of what they believed to be the true white Jesus. By the 1950s to 1960s, Negro Americans continued mobilizing against discrimination. Negro Americans sought equal rights while sharing the same culture as white Americans. Civil rights groups demanded an end to segregation, achieving some success in education, housing, and employment. However, resistance persisted, with movements for civil and social rights gaining momentum from the 1950s to the 1970s. These movements, involving both Negro Americans, faced backlash, such as the 1963 cross-burning in San Francisco. Most protests were peaceful, led by figures like Martin Luther King Jr., but some, like Malcolm X, advocated a tougher stance. The assassination of President Kennedy in 1963 and Malcolm X in 1965 marked turbulent times. In 1965, the Watts riots, sparked by police brutality, resulted in significant destruction, but eventually led to community rebuilding and renewed civic pride. The social reform period saw increased violence, culminating in Martin Luther King Jr.'s assassination in 1968. This era also saw the rise of Black power and Black nationalism, shifting from traditional civil rights integration. The Black Panther Party, founded in 1966, exemplified this shift, facing legal challenges and advocating for self-defense and liberation. With all of the turmoil going on during the 1950s, 1960s Black communities still found a way to keep Black families intact, communities supporting each other, and Black-owned businesses. Around this time...
And this is what we have to get back to. This is what we have to get back to. I want to say or see what you guys are saying in the comment section before I let it go forward. This video, in case you want to know what it was, because I accidentally found it, it's Mahogany Culture and Travel, exposing myth of no Black culture, unveiling evolution of Black American culture through the decades. So that is the video I'm playing right now. But just to give it a break, I would like to see what you guys are saying in the chat room. I appreciate everybody for commenting. Whether or not you have my same view or not, just be respectful. I just think that we should respect what we have accomplished, and that other talk about slavery and trying to find pride in that is a no-go. I don't understand why people expect us to be prideful of that. It's very, very odd. You said in comparison to slavery in America, Africa was the first to enslave its people. The topic was Africa versus American slavery. Four Rivers says, buck 'em up. Tyrant says, thank you. Sheena says, Ray W, and it wasn't used to make a profit. They taught us. With Fini, they still got some good Africans. Okay. Monique says, please hit the like button. Thank you so much for that. No, Africa started with slavery. Dawaya Fini. Yeah, they started with slavery. And they're prideful about it. And they need to repent. All of them need to repent. Thinking that shit was cute. None of that shit was cute. That's why they're living foul right now. Fake apologies ain't gonna cut the mustard. I'll tell you that much. I thought BN had a tourist museum about slavery as well. I heard that too, Sheena. Why do they think that that is the thing to do? They have got some warped spirits. Ray W says, I mean, okay, I guess. Ray W. Amen. You must be born again. Keep repetitive. Heart says, buck 'em up, tyrants. I align with you in your soul and agree with everything I have heard you say. I guess you're talking to me. Thank you for that, I guess. Gold Crown says, I thought they were actually broadcasting themselves slave trading at first because they are the kind of crazy. They're a little bit off. African Goddess says, being enslaved market still in use in the palace. Not sure about museums. See, they still have a slave market in BN. Like, that's the thing that we want to go see. That's crazy to me, African Goddess. I'll skip. Never mind. Ray W says they were just prisoners of war. Those tribes fought all the time. Sheena says, I have never heard of Black Americans being pushed to tour plantations in America like we are being pushed to visit slave castles in Africa. Man, they act like it is a pilgrimage for us to have to go and touch down. It's crazy to me. Four Rivers says the African countries building slavery museums pull in the indigenous Black Americans who don't know their history. It is a money-making venture to attach Americans to their economy. Exactly. And then, like I say, after you're crying and carrying on, you're going to have people lingering about with so-called proposals and investments. Right then and there, I bet you they linger. They're standing aside, waiting for the opportunity to introduce themselves and what they're into. And they have all these proposals, investments. Oh, you can help build a school for the children. They show you pictures of kids, needs of desk and chalkboard, whatever. Trust me, they're doing that. Easy access for Black, you keep saying Islamophobia, which is phobia against Islam. I think you mean Islamic phobia. I thought I said Islamic phobia, which is against particular ethnic groups. Yeah, Islamic phobic is what I mean. If I said the other word, I didn't mean that. There should be more likes. Yes, there should. Please like the unlike button. I have a lot of Africans though listening to me, so they don't want to hit the like button because they don't want to reveal that I'm telling the truth. For River says, yes, it is all spell work. The Roots movie, Pan-Africanism, slave dungeon, museums. Why should an American put themselves through all that? Just insanity. It is spell work for Rivers. Nothing about it is meant to be a blessing, and I cannot find no pride in that at all. Not all Africans feel the same. Duwan Finney says, because Africa is still a big continent. I got you. Africans get a thrill out of slavery. They are diabolic. The ones that actually do, which would be West Africans, do get a thrill from it. Bucking up tyrants working on America or where you're at should be first. Then they only then can help you. Donafini says the problem is the crazy Africans, not all of them, because some are still suffering with the same problem. I don't understand what you mean. Mike says Kamala for president. And Trump for president. Crown, Gold Crown says the chaos going on out here. Absolute backwards. Unusual human beings being very weird shit. Sheena says, what are her policies, Mike? Exactly. Easy X says Africans creating slavery, theme parks, exhibits, no forethought in this idea at all. These Africans are so insensitive. I wonder what are Africans sensitive about? Probably insignificant shit. Yeah, it's pretty scary how they think somehow that is supposed to be an attraction. That's really wild to me. They're out of touch. And the ones that do touch down and do that, they got some mental issues. And again, they're vulnerable to be taken for fools. They're crash dummies. Easy access, white punks, everybody. But a whole goddamn continent, god damn, that's a major L. Gold Crown says, I'm trying to just listen. Puzzle piecing. Your broadcast makes us think. I'm glad. African Goddess says, Easy X, most Africans existing at survival level and therefore anything goes. That's what I know already, African Goddess, and they'll do anything, and if it doesn't even make sense, apparently. Munkamut Tyrants, I wish I could go back and fix my comments because I need to take more time. Okay. For Black, no African scammers will target all foreigners. They don't target the ones with a whole lot of money. They don't target Chinese. They don't target the Lebanese. They don't get them. Why they don't mess with them and they know they got all that money? Because they know better. They targeting the people that's not protected. That's not even thought on. The Americans or the UKs or the Jamaicans. Anyone that happens to come over here on your own with all the money that you have built up, 50,000, 70,000, 100,000, they want it all, and they're going to get it one way or the other. They're going to get it. For River says, yes, I'm sure that the people doing most of the crazy stuff don't represent the majority of Africans who don't know anything about America or its citizens. Sheena says that's fake apology was used as a way to get into our wallets. Yup. Easy Act says penny excuse away Africans' participation in slave trade. The Europe, the big bad man. Africans just effing punks. Sheena says some gullible Black Americans fell for it. Yeah, they do. Sam Moore says, yeah, this is called Chief sounds to be drunk off of palm wine. Yeah, he was. African guy says, oh dear, why is he smiling? Exactly. You said he's drunk right now. Yeah, he was. He isn't saying anything honorable, and they're holding their hearts. They partied first. Gold Crown said they had a party first before they did the apology. You know, that makes sense. Easy access. I don't want no goddamn apology from the black Africans or white man. Give me my shit that you stole from my ancestors, both on the continents and in the Americas. African goddess says this whole slavery business needs to be treated the way Jews treat the Holocaust. Exactly. Do you see Jewish people going to where the chambers are, the gas chambers are, and go have a party and take pictures with it? But they want us to do that shit. It is the most disrespectful thing I have ever seen. But we're supposed to be happy to do it. You see how they treat us? Come on now. They're treating us foul. I saw somewhere Nigeria has some slave museums too. Oh my God. African goddess says there is too lighthearted, not serious. Gosh. The original story started out the way they sold Africans. Now they put up a fight. I know Four Rivers. They were all businessmen, and all of a sudden we fought for the right to try to keep y'all. They just lying. If they know and admit their events of the past, WTF is going on today on American soil. I am not surprised, Sheena says. Bloody of Jesus. What is this mother effer talking about? Africans don't believe in no effing Jesus during the slave trade. So why now? This cheap playing the Jesus religious card. Because he knows that's what we have been talking on. So he's trying to use our language. Isn't that something? African goddess says, Sans, there is a new slave museum in Calabar, East Nigerian. They have a full-size slave ship there. However, don't think they have many visitors. Nigeria is not on security issues. They have a slave ship where people can ride in. Oh my God, that is so disgusting. Wow. Four Rivers says indigenous black Americans didn't long for or yearn to go back to Africa. It was a cultivated idea pushed towards them. That's the fraud of the ex-repat movement. Facts. African goddess says Four Rivers think he might be talking about the battles between different tribes to rescue their own people who were being taken for sale. I still don't find nothing about that adventurous and fun. African goddess says, just spoke to a Caribbean friend of mine who lives in a small village in Ghana and loves it, works for some people. The history of Black America before British Virginia Company. When Black people in America had to do for sale, Blacks were more together. African goddess says, yes, you're right, just saying that might be what the chief meant. Miss D says Caribbeans have culture in common with Africans, share some culture. African goddess. 1619 and the first 16 African arrival to Virginia don't sound right, Warren says. No, it don't. Malachi says you don't tell Jews in America not to worry about Israel, nor the Israelis not to worry about Jews in America. I'm not sure what you mean. Four Rivers says, yes, I'm sure there were many African tribes fighting each other due to slavery. That's not the slavery story of the indigenous Black Americans who basically aren't African. African goddess says, Miss D, yeah, think we have had this conversation before, but I think there will also be some Black Americans that are doing okay in Africa, but it won't be okay for most Western people, or it won't last for a very long time until that money dries up. When that money dries up, things are going to change quick. The Negro American were the copper American Indian the British saw at the British American Company construct, 1619, and the first 16 African arrival to the Virginia don't sound right. Yes, many Caribbeans share a lineage with Africans. They have less problems when blending into their cultures. Sheena says this live is being messed with. The sound is messing up on my end. Oh, what's happening? What does it sound like? Let me take a break and go back to a video then. Let me see what Afro Goddess has. Hold on. Oh, you have a White House briefing? What is that supposed to be? I already read this before. I read this before. I don't want to read it again. Okay, getting back. What's up, Pinky? Thank you for coming through. Malachi says Africa is the richest continent on earth in natural resources, and will saying stuff about Africa like you really know. 50 nations on the continent of Africa. The whole world deals with Africa. So what? They have resources. What's that got to do with how their mentality is, though? Okay. Too dumb to get the resources out of African soil, so China's getting it. Okay. So let me end this with this last video, because I think that I've been on longer than I imagined. I kind of rambled a little bit, but I think that we get the point. We have an issue with many Africans who don't know how to mind their own business, and they're constantly thinking about us. And, you know, I hope the best for what they're going through with their protests and stuff, but again, it's up to them to change what is. Now, the last thing I want to talk about is Kamala. Kamala is worse than you know. Watch this video according to Too Strong. I'm going to end it with her because, again, I am not in support of Kamala Harris, and I want to reiterate this fact. Please like the video, share the video, subscribe to my channel. Let's go.
Who is Kamala Harris? They all want you to believe something about her, but they don't want you to actually hear the truth about her. They're trying to paint this wonderful woman of color, black woman, strong, independent, and is all about the American dream and all that stuff. She ain't never did this, she ain't never did that, and everything you hear about her is a lie. If you don't believe it, you're a sexist racist. But is that really true? Is that really true? Now, the fact that she's getting all kinds of hype in the media, I think it's time that we kind of bring everybody back down to earth and remind everybody who this thing really is. And from here on out, I'm not referring to her as a woman. It's a thing. You'll see why in a few. We did a expose on a certain individual by the name of Othello Johnson. In case you forgot, he spoke about another individual who is now running for the president of the United States, Miss Kamala Harris. Now, he said, with receipts, by the way, and court documents, too, by the way, that she was directly involved in the trafficking of his son.
Because I have full custody of my child and a victim of domestic violence, Kamala Harris fraudulently signed those extradition papers. Kamala Harris has been personal friends with the federal kidnapper who was the vice chair of California State Employees Union, Pamela Robertson.
Now, maybe my people will think, oh, that's all hearsay. No, slow down. People have gone to jail on hearsay, so let's not think that hearsay is out of the question. Listen carefully to what we're about to tell you. She was a mastermind behind the events that took place that led to the abduction of Mr. Johnson's child. Not only that, she went outside of the law in order for it to happen, in order to get him extradited. And you'll hear him say that in his own words.
Kamala Harris could have prevented all of this from happening by just following the rule of law, just by obeying the law, just by doing the basic checking that she needed to check, and preventing me from being extradited to the state of California. I was extradited to the state of California and denied due process. not only was I denied due process, but my son was denied due process.
This is nothing new for her. Don't forget, she locked up people for stuff that she did all by herself. She said she did it in college long before Snoop was popular. The whole weed thing, to the tunes of thousands plus people arrested for drug charges related to marijuana. When asked if she did it, I smoke all the time, right? I do it all the time. In college, it was good stuff. And
She put over 1,500 people in jail for marijuana violations and then laughed about it when she was asked if she ever smoked marijuana.
have you ever smoked?
I have.
Okay.
And I inhale. I did inhale. It was a long time.
Y'all forget that? Now, here is the crazier part. We believe. Not know, believe. With a lot of certainty, believe. That she's not only the kind of person that used to do that, she's also the kind of person that still does that. In her new capacity as VP, she was put in charge of the border. Yes, indeed she was, and history proves that out. In fact, White House documents called her the border czar. And what happened while she was in the border position? Nothing. Everybody came and everybody went. More people came than left. But let's take a look closer at what exactly was allowed at the border, shall we? I remember Mr. Othello, and she's allowing certain things to happen, and for the people that were over her and were paying her by allowing his son to just, be abducted. Let's think about the border. What comes across the border? Let's say humans. And among that was a lot of what? Children. So you mean to tell me that Kamala Harris has a history of one, making children fatherless by putting their fathers in prison. And she has a history of allowing outside the law a man's child to be abducted and to be placed into sexual harassment and abuse situations. And now you're telling me
Kamala is a hot mess. My God. This is crazy. I'm going to let her finish and then I'm going to conclude this video. I appreciate everybody for listening. Please like and share and subscribe to this channel.
got put over one of the largest sections of child trafficking avenues ever and did nothing to curtail it. In fact, it blew up exponentially to the tune of 25 million. It's almost as though it likes to get paid to traffic. Now look, we're just stating the obvious. At least it should be obvious, but maybe it's not that obvious to everybody. They're trying to foist upon the public an individual nobody likes, nobody wants, nobody asks for. She ran for president before, and she barely made it out the 1% percentile for votes. Nobody likes Kamala Harris. She doesn't have a likable bone in her body. Her laugh ranks among some of the most awful, god-awful sounds up there next to scratching chalk on a board. That's her. That is really who she is. Miss Word Salad and Venn diagrams herself is what they're trying to foist upon the public to vote for. Why? Black women. Meanwhile, they want us to ignore who she really is in her record. Her record is this. She abused more black men in the state of California than anyone had before her or since. She kept more black men in prison past their time of service than any other DA throughout the entirety of California history. She locked up more people for small charges than anyone else. She slept her way to the top, and now she has backdoored her way to the president's roster. You are seeing in full force what this lady is capable of. Not what she actually can do for the country, what she is capable of. And the only thing she's really capable of is doing things that benefit her. No one else. She has never been about anybody but herself. You want that for president? That's who you're really trying to voice on me to vote for? And then if I don't, I'm a racist and a sexist. Well, okay, I'm a racist and I'm a sexist because I'm not voting for that.
And I'm not voting for that either. So this was a long live, a longer live than I imagined. My God, I got kind of distracted and started ranting a little bit. I'm going to play a song. I have not heard this song in a long time. by Africa Bambaataa, the Soul Sonic Forest Planet Rock, y'all. Please like the video. Please share the video. Please subscribe to my channel. Let's go.
rock it, don't stop it. You gotta rock it, don't stop. Keep ticking and talking, working all around the clock. Just rock it, don't stop it. You gotta rock it, don't stop. Keep ticking and talking, working all around the clock. Everybody gotta rock it, don't stop it. You 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 gotta rock it, don't stop it. Get off my horse, and I can't let you go. You are the one who, you are the one who makes me feel so real. Yeah, yeah, yeah. Oh, what am I supposed to do? Oh, what am I supposed to do, baby, when I'm so hooked up on you? Then I realize, oh, I realize that you are somebody else's. Yeah. Oh, yeah. Why you wanna do this to me, boy? And you remember the times we were together, sharing the days in the sun. And I found out that you were somebody else's love. After all this to me, now chance. I can't. You are the one who makes me feel real. I'm supposed to do it when I was around you. And then I realized you're somebody else's guy. That day in September, I'm sure you can remember. That's when all the stuff hit the fan. You told me a lie, and you didn't have an alibi. But baby, yeah, I still can. You know I love you so, baby, and I can't let you go. You are the one who makes me feel real. What am I supposed to do when I'm and realize it's just somebody else's guy?
Yes, 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 y'all. That was a song I have not heard in a while. So the next song I'm gonna play, it is by, let me see, what's the next one? Don't know how that came up. Hold on to that. Please hit the like, y'all, if y'all could. Share, subscribe. I'm trying to find this other song. Cry. What was it? Somehow it got lost. Hold on. How did that happen? Okay, so Alice Smith. And I put a spell on you. I put a spell on you. Lyrics. That one's kind of hard to find. Hold on, this might be it. It's not the same. Unfortunately, it's not the same person. Hold on. You want it. I might not be able to get Alice. It says Alice, but then when I'm playing it, it says a whole nother thing. I'm sorry, but this is the only one that I can find that is not copywritten. So I have to play this one. I hope you like it. Yo, that was dope. I don't know if that was the right song. That was the only one that I was able to play. But now I have OJ's Cry Together. I hope that you guys like this song as well. Please like and share the video. Please subscribe to my channel. I would greatly appreciate it. Let's go cry together.
You know, me and my woman, we've been going through a lot of changes for about 6 months or so. It's been real hard to talk to one another. You know, a relationship ain't nothing without communication. How we were laying in bed, the both of us looking at the ceiling overhead. Eyes wide open about 3 o'clock in the morning. I said, baby, we can't go on this way. She said, you're right. I said, I know you love me, and I love you. Then we start holding each other. I felt a tear roll down my face. Last night, me and my woman, we cried together. Said we cried. Ain't nothing wrong with you, no. There ain't nothing wrong with me. We're not the only people in the world who go through ups and downs. All we have to do is talk, we can work it out. Oh, let me kiss your eyes. Don't be white and tears away. Let me hold you tight. Tomorrow will feel better, 'cause it's a brand new day. Oh, last night, me and my woman, we cried together. Said we cried. We cried together. Now we have times when we laugh party. We even go out on the town and we party. Every day the sun doesn't shine, sometimes it has to rain. Just like we enjoy the pleasure, we have to stand the pain. Oh, let me kiss your eyes, let me wipe the tears away. Oh, let me hold you close. Let's talk to each other. I wanna hear what you gotta say. Oh, last night, sweet last night, my woman, we cried together. Said we you know we start hugging each other.
Well, I think I found the original that you wanted to hear, Alice Smith. I put a Spell on You live piano cover. I hope that this is the right one. And this will be the last song. I appreciate everybody for spending time with me this Saturday. Hopefully it was a good Saturday and you learned something and you feel some kind of way. But here we go with this song.
I put a spell on you. Because you're mine. You better stop the things you do. I lie. You know I can't stand it. Running around. You know better than it. I can't stand it. 'Cause you put me down. yours right now. Make you mine. Gonna make you mine. Mine. Mine.
It said it was done live, Four Rivers. It says, Alice Smith, I put a spell on you live piano cover. So it's supposed to be her. I liked it. I liked the other version too. I appreciate all you guys giving me selections, because without y'all selections, I would never have thought about it myself. So I appreciate having like a little live session at the end of the live. But I hope that everybody gathered what the meaning of the video was about. Basically, we have a right to be who we are. Black Americans and Africans, Nigerians, and others don't have the right to try to critique or bully or try to tell us anything about what we're doing, because they have their own set of issues that they need to be involved in themselves with. Like the Congolese guy talking about we're not American and we don't know our roots and all that type of stuff. We got to nip all that stuff in the bud and stop letting strangers, foreigners tell us who the fuck we are. We know who we are, Americans. That's it. That's all. Thank you all for appearing. Please like, share, and subscribe to this channel, and have a great, blessed Saturday. Be safe. Bless up.